Turn the music down slightly. Yeah, all this footage was filmed roughly about 45 minutes ago to an hour ago. I was outside in the snow, so I'm sure there's a lot more snow now. I was very happy that it started snowing. It's been a while since we've gotten a good, like, or at least one that has stuck onto the ground, so I had to get out there and shoot something. Oh, didn't notice I didn't cut it there correctly. Am I watching the Eagles game? I was. And they were not doing too good. Hopefully they come back, but they've been disappointing recently. Alright, let's not let that restart. There we go. Hello. Let me bring up the window capture. Gotta get the chat up. There we go. Okay, let's see, we're gonna figure out something. Also just noticed the top of my monitor. Let's see. What do we want to do? So I got a new my radical urbanist, or what? Whoop, hold on, I got a poll. You've just made my mom a radical urbanist who goes town council meetings. Well, that's good. I mean, like, that's the whole thing, is that, like, you can't really make change unless you go and you complain to the go and complain to the people that are in control, because that's what you should be doing. Yes, the flag behind me is the NJ Transit colors, so that's the joke. Let's see, what were we gonna do? So I have the other fun thing which I need to get out is a green screen, and I need to figure out how to work that, because I've only played around with the chroma key stuff in this briefly, but I think it would probably be fun if we figure that out. So we'll do that. Yeah, Not Just Bike's called Philly most disappointing city in America. I'm aware. He's also I think part of his problem is that he's bad at making friends. So anytime he gets angry at someone, he has to insult their city, or else he seems inferior. Philly is the best, has best days ahead. Yes, definitely. Hello from Montreal. It's a little bit more snowy there, but yeah, except at LGB new wayfinding ladder. Yeah, these here. Yeah, I got those from a friend of mine who's working on the wayfinding stuff in general. Oh yeah, no, Jason does not like me. Yeah. Um, audio bitrate is lower than it's giving me. Hmm. Do I need to change something? Is Metra any good? It's better than other places in the US, but that's not saying much. Yeah, no, he doesn't like me. Where is properties? No. Advanced properties. No. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Where is like the normal audio bitrate settings? It's like yelling at me saying it's too low. It's normal. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, sample rate. Why is it that low? Why can't I change it? Okay, hopefully the audio sounds fine. Remember not just like ran away instead of trying to fix London. I mean, like, there are some places that you can't. Like, it's gonna take a. I agree with him in that aspect where there's some places that are just like so frustratingly bad that like it's not really worth it. It's gonna get better eventually. Like most of the places in North America are getting better. It's just that some are gonna take longer than others because some are starting with more than others. But it's really annoying that where's the fucking bingo sheet? I will not tell you who I got this from or who made this. But let me get it. Let me put it on screen. Where is it? There's the image. Okay, audio is good. That's good to hear. All right, where is the add media? Can I add a picture? Can I add an image? There we go. Okay. Desktop. Here we go. All right. Oh, that is too big. Okay. Gonna have to do some. Someone sent this to me. Hold on. Can we put like. Yeah, put like that above. Someone sent this to me, which I think is very funny. So I think it's very apt for some of his videos. Let me see. Hopefully you can read that, I think. RM Transit made a video about how fake London can improve their transit. Yes. Yeah, the thing about bike shares, I don't understand. I think it's a shame that he doesn't get along with you. The appearance of the Urbanist agenda. Yeah, no, basically, like it was after this summer when he said his like comment on whatchamacallit, on Blue Sky, where he was like North America is doomed or whatever. Let me see. There's more down here. Like it was after his video where he was like North America doomed or whatever, and like I just called him out and was like, well, that's fucking stupid. Like you can't say that, especially when a ton of advocates are doing a ton of good work and things are improving. Stop being a fucking doomer. And then I made the goofy video that was like him saying the Netherlands is perfect, and I made fun of GVB, I think it's called, the Amsterdam Transit Agency, and they were cutting back a lot of stuff. Yeah, no, he's blocked a lot of people on stuff. But what was it? For someone that seems to be like not bothered by internet content, he seems incredibly bothered by internet comments. Like I don't know if you notice on his YouTube videos, but he actually like locks the comments on his YouTube videos now. After like a day or two, and he filters like through every single one of them. He filters through like every comment. If you have a bad comment, you will notice it will either get shadow banned or deleted. So yeah. So this is funny. I was sent this by someone, I'm not going to say who, but another prominent urbanist person. I think it's very, very good. Very good. Did not just bikes make video about Philly? Was worried about him being doomer. No, he has not. So he told me in the past. Let's turn that off. He told me in the past, and he because we used to talk. He told me in the past that he has never been to Philly. He's never personally been to Philly, and he does not want to visit the U.S. again. And he doesn't. Visiting the U.S. is wasting his time. So if he ever visits Philly, he is literally doing it out of spite to like be mad at the city, which is like the most loser incel shit. I want to be nice, but that is the most like traveling to a place just to be mad at it. Oh my fucking god. Like I don't get it. Do you think it was downfall not just by I mean, like, I think he's always been like grumpy old man yells at cloud type guy, but like I think for the most part he used that energy in a very good way. Yeah, he used that energy in a very productive way. I think that the vibe shift happened after this summer, and it happened after the truck video, the vehicles too big video. Because you'll notice, like after that, the videos got very simplistic, very like, "Holy shit, Europe! Wow!" Like that's just the entire like fucking video. It's like North America sucks, Europe, oh fuck. Like that's just every single video now. So it's like. I wish he put the energy into something better. It's just very low, very just very not good energy type stuff anymore. So, and I still think his stuff is great. I still think majority of his stuff is fantastic for getting people into everything, but it's just like, oh, please put the energy, please just like be more productive. Europe soy, yeah. Yeah, oh the urbanity, very good. Yeah, place USA, place Europe. I need to go to a lot of the southern places eventually more. Not just bikes. Yeah, no, he's still good. Also, oh the urbanity, very good. I'm friends with them, very good. He doesn't like them as much either. So like that's part of the reason why I think that the Montreal video was as negative as it was, is because part of the reason he was making it was because there's two urbanists in Montreal that he does not necessarily like that much. One of them is Oh the Urbanity, the other is Paige Saunders, which he's not as big of a channel, but he does some decent stuff. How am I doing? I'm doing very good. What happened to the Urbanist updates? Good question. So, I want to do them. The problem is that they've been taking away time from all the other projects, and recently I've just been. This Amtrak video should be out tomorrow, or the corridor ID video should be out tomorrow. Unless something changed where there's a problem with, there is a sponsor for it because I took so long and I have no YouTube ad revenue currently. And like this video killed me. This video was not a good idea because I had to talk about like 35 different rail corridors, and it's just like my brain is like sucked out. Like I had to know, because the problem is you can't make content about transit stuff and be wrong, because there is like 100 comments and 100 people that know more than you about every specific little thing. And so you can't really screw up much, or else someone's going to be calling you out. So yes, the hopefully the corridor ID video will be out soon. Hate to break it, not just bikes. Netherlands is more car dependent than he thinks, and is one of the more car. Yes, it is. I mean, if you saw that video, where's the I think it's in my other folder. It was the meme video I made. The Netherlands shit post. That's what the folder is named. So if we, let me see, can I go browser? There we go. Oh, no, bring him back. Chat, come back. There we go. Make that slightly bigger. All right, so I showed this in the Netherlands shitpost video. Let me catch up with comments. Love Montreal's underground bendy bus. I mean metro system. Yeah. Have you seen the Amtrak? I do. I can look out. Well, I can't really look out my window and see it, but if I walk a few blocks, I can go watch Amtrak trains. What kind of scope? 4 to 5. Let's see. Can I post a link in chat? I think most of them are blocked, but you could try. My mods can probably check them. I could probably check. I don't know. Have you look at Vancouver is doing a transit corridors in the SkyTrain? I like the SkyTrain a lot. It's definitely something I want to talk about. There's also incredible. Maybe we can watch it a bit later, but there's incredible footage from like the early 80s when they were like building the thing, and it's the most like 80s graphic design video of all time, and it's fantastic. But anyway, this is the thing I was talking about in or showed in the whatchamacallit, the Netherlands shitpost video, because like here at the top we have our usual suspects. Here, let me move that. Here at the top we have our usual suspects. Like obviously the most rural states and most like spread out states are going to be the highest ones, but if you scroll down you can start to get European countries. There is a few there's a few states that beat a few European countries. Like I think it's very funny that New Jersey beats Italy, and California is close to Malta, which is also very funny. But if you scroll down, you'll notice that there's 49 states here, and you're missing one, and that's because New York is actually better than all these countries. And I don't think that gets talked about enough, but like this is not New York City, this is New York State. So this is New York City would be even more insane. But New York City is so good that it actually puts New York above all of these countries, which is wild. So yeah. Why is Washington? Is it per? Yeah, it's per 1,000 people. So if you have more than 1,000 on this list, that means you have more vehicles than people, or registered vehicles. And then if you have less than 1,000, that means you have more people than registered vehicles. But so yeah, so New York is all the way down here. Yeah, it's per capita. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 7 train on top. Yeah, well, he had a video about that and then he deleted it. Trying to take your head off the Eagles. Yeah, they're probably still losing. Let me check the score. It's third quarter. They could come back. Also, that's some weird scores for football. 9 and 18. What the? This is not football scores. Yeah, Mississippi is surprisingly low, but it's probably only low because of poverty. So that's not necessarily the best reason. New Jersey is low because a lot of people will commute or live in places where there's transit. But yeah, the lowest is like the poorest countries in Europe, which is Romania, Hungary. So that like makes sense. And so yeah, it's interesting. This is old, if I remember correctly. It's not like the newest. I think this is from like 2019 or 2017 or something like that. So it's not like entirely new, but it's pretty accurate. But like, yeah, I mean, the Netherlands isn't great. It's also, the Netherlands is a very small country. So like, this is not as impressive in my opinion to like, where's something else that's like bigger? Because like the biggest country, Greece is relatively big. Spain and the United Kingdom are impressive though. I don't think the UK gets enough praise for its rail system because it's actually quite good. It's just that like with the private operators, it makes it frustrating. Let's see. They scored a safety. Oh my god. Maybe I should watch the game. Lakefront, Chicago, any nature in Philly. You don't know about the Wissahickon. See, unlike Chicago, we have hills and valleys here, which are kind of fun. Yeah, Finland is also impressive. But Finland's weird because it's like Finland, it's like half the people live in Helsinki or like around Helsinki. So it's like, that kind of makes sense. Like, basically the ones that are very low are either poor or they have like one big city and then everyone else lives everywhere, like the rest of the country. Flyers won all that matters. Yeah, I have a few friends that would be very happy to know or that the Flyers won. Netherlands is the size of the NYC metro area. Yeah, which is impressive that New York New York State beats the Netherlands then. Even though the Netherlands is the size of New York City or New York metro area. Let's see. Oh, I gotta close that. Stopping to admit Chicago is way better than Philly. Oh, unless you guys have an entire electrified regional rail system with through running. I don't know about that. Let's see. Let's see. We're gonna play something. Going through. Whoop. Nander made a 2023 update LA transit projects. You have to watch it. Okay, I will have to watch it. Thank you. Yeah, I know he does a very good job covering LA stuff. Oop, go away. So it's always he's very. I know there's like a Discord that either he runs or is a big part of that gives a lot of information. I think it's like the LA Transit Discord or something like that. But I know that he does a decent amount of work working on some of that stuff. Let's see. Let's see. What games do we also? Let me check the. Yeah, a decent amount of people tonight. I guess everyone's kind of snowed in or not doing anything tonight. Harrisburg kind of hates Philly. Yeah, it's the problem is that there's just a disconnect between the rest of the. Because the rest of the state doesn't really understand how dense and how Philly operates, and there's like a stigma against Philly. The rest of the state isn't totally on board with helping fund a lot of stuff, and that's frustrating. It's getting better. It used to be really bad in the 90s and 2000s, and I don't think even though Harrisburg treats Philly really badly, it could be better, but like it's a better than it was in the 90s and 2000s. There used to be zero respect for Philly, and it almost used to be like the rest of the state just would act like Philly's the issue. So it's one of those things where, yes, I do think that there's a toxic relationship with the state and the city, but it's gotten a lot better than it used to be. And it used to be a lot worse when it was entirely Republican controlled. And now you have a governor that's a Democrat, you have a House that's Democrat, and then the Senate is Republican. So when the Senate flips from Republican to Democrat, we're going to see a lot of stuff happen. I think Pennsylvania is going to become a blue state or a solidly blue state in, I don't know, about 8 years or so. It's coming. And the reason why is I think a lot of people are moving back to the cities, and a lot of people are necessarily voting more for their interest and less for just, I don't like Democrats or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe I'm too optimistic about that. We're seeing the slow transition though. PA has smaller cities. Yes, PA has very good smaller cities. We can look at some of them. Did you see the Channel 5 video about Philly streets? It's not your normal content. Yeah, no, I saw some of it. I mean, like, I think he did an okay job. I didn't like the portion about talking about gentrification because no one really understands how housing works, and so yeah, it's interesting to talk about displacement or how new developments come in, but like, it's there's a lot that people miss when they talk about housing. They usually talk about all development is bad and that we shouldn't do this, and it's like no, that's not how that works. Um, so like overall though, I thought it's good. Andrew is actually from, I think, the area originally. I think he's from like Bucks County or something. Um, but he did a good job humanizing people there. But it's just Kensington is so frustrating, and I don't know exactly what the mayor is going to do. Because if those who don't know, Philly got a new mayor this year. She was sworn in on 1st or 2nd of January. I think it's 2nd of January. And she's a blue dog Democrat. So she's basically more conservative, but just happens to have some Democrat values to get elected for that. And so she's going to do some more conservative things, I think, with handling homelessness and the drug problems in the country. So it'll be interesting to see how that's handled, and hopefully it's not going to be handled too badly. But yeah, let's see. The truth of the matter is, even the least car dependent places like Japan and Switzerland even have areas that are massively car dependent. Hokkaido in Japan is massively underserved by JR and extremely, yes, this is true. It's like most of the Netherlands outside of the Rad something, I forget the name of it, outside of the Amsterdam metropolitan area, essentially, it's very car dependent in the Netherlands. And it's really disingenuous that Not Just Bikes doesn't mention that in his videos. Because the Netherlands, yes, has some very good walkable and bikeable stuff, but the transit is kind of lacking in certain areas, or the transit frequency and everything in certain areas is lacking. Yes, it's better than most of the United States, but most places in Europe are too. Randstad. Okay, that's it. But yeah, it's funny because I was looking at some of the very suburban, distant places in the Netherlands, and the frequencies on the buses out there are beat out by New Jersey Transit in suburban New Jersey. So like, it could like the country has very good infrastructure when it comes to walking, biking, and generally transit, but then that other stuff should be talked about more, because it's like when even places in the United States are beating this out, it's like, well, you can't say it's the perfect utopian place. Like there's some issues. The Netherlands is just Amsterdam in his videos. Yeah, he's talked about some of the other suburbs, but he's basically only talked about the suburbs when he's had to travel to them. Like, that's the thing, is that the thing that I don't like about his videos is that when he's in Europe, he goes purposely to places in Europe that are very nice, and for the most part. And when he goes to places in North America, he sort of visits the nicer spots, but for the most part, he goes out of his way to go to some of the worst spots in the city. Like in the Montreal video, is very confusing because no one really goes usually to where he was going and showing off, which was like to the west side of the island or wherever. And so like it's frustrating to me that like when he's comparing two places, mostly to the Netherlands, like he's showing the places that most people are going to go. Like, and in Montreal, he showed some of the downtown, and some of the downtown needs some work, but they're working on it, of course. But he just wasn't showing like there is some like very big suburban shopping malls in the Netherlands, and I can look on like Google Maps if we want. But yeah, that's also the other thing that like seems to be always skipped over when it comes to a lot of Amsterdam related stuff is housing. Housing prices and just buying a house in the Netherlands is difficult. What about Detroit? Um, yeah, I should talk about Siemta. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, I've seen that. Montreal is relatively affordable compared. Yes, it is. It's like going to Chicago and visiting Rosemont. Yeah, I mean, like Chicago's not too difficult to show something bad because the city has been like nuked on one side because of urban decay. But like it's not like it's like you do have to go slightly out of your way to find terrible places. I wouldn't say he picks like the worst places in the US. It's just that like there's definitely some selective bias on like how he picks certain things. So let's switch to that. So or let's say let's I guess look at Montreal for a sec because this is what he talked about. Like if I were to pick like majority of the density in Montreal is from about like here ish, and there's some over here, but here ish across this way, and majority of the people live in this section roughly. He went and visited someone out in like this area, which is fine, but like anyone that looks at a map could tell you, oh, that's a more suburban area of Montreal, and like yeah, you're not going to have like as decent of things out there as you would in the place where majority of people live, which is over here. Like if you just zoom in on anywhere, say we're in Mount Royal over here, like yeah, you're gonna have decent urbanism. Um, okay, it looks like this is very under construction at the moment. But you're gonna have decent urbanism like throughout the neighborhood as long as I just zoom into a random spot where people actually live and there's actual density, because that's how density works. Is that like even though whatchamacallit, even though technically the suburbs are more taking up more room, more people are going to live in the dense areas because that's how density works. Montreal is so over billions must move. Also, majority of the housing is built TOD. Yeah. Montreal is building the REM. Yeah. Phoenix. What did I skip? Jason isn't so the Belmar or Belmar Mirror in Amsterdam. I'll have to look that up. I have never heard that word before. Oops. Any thoughts on the Sixers stadium? I'm neutral on it. I think it's a good idea, but also I think that give Chinatown a break. Just took some photos, stepped to trolleys in the snow. Awesome return. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, Cameron. Yeah, I did a bunch of photography. I should go out and eventually when there's everything kind of quiets at night because that's when it's fun. But yeah, it's frustrating because like yeah, he did do some stuff on this here. We can turn on transit. It's frustrating because he did do some stuff in here, but then like a decent amount of the video he recorded was like out here, which is like fine, but like you see the suburbs, you're going to expect the suburbs. Like, I don't, like, that's the thing. It's like, for me, when I go somewhere and I'm only going to go to the places that like interest me. I'm not going to go out of my way to like go to a location that's going to make me annoyed. And like, obviously some cities are worse than others when it comes to that, but like, generally I'm gonna not go out of my way to go be like, oh, this place is terrible. Thoughts in your birthday, Binghamton? It's all right. It's one of those like Rust Belt cities where there's not too much to do other than like a college. It's so over for the Eagles. Yeah, I know. I need to watch. Actually, let me look at the score. Ugly Tower in the Park. Oh, is that the one that was like a um is that the one that was kind of like a slum type thing? Meanwhile, Virginia is building 3 railroad. Yeah, no, like there's a lot of good shit that's happening in the US, and it's like very disingenuous to not understand that like a lot of this is changing. Um Also, let me look at the Eagles score. How bad is it? Yeah, it's Jover. Unless they do something goofy, it's Jover. Yeah, can the Eagles just stop sucking? They were so good and now they suck. Um, Meanwhile, Virginia is doing really good. Same with North Carolina. Both of them doing very, very good. And like in the quarter ID video that I'll be showing off, I'll be talking about that. This, yeah, I'll talk about this too again in just a sec, about especially about Japan, because I talked about that briefly on Twitter. Yeah, pretty much. Because I've been to what's been considered shitty towns or shitty like cities or whatever, and it's like I don't like, yeah, like some parts suck about it and some of the urbanism of these places suck, but for the most part, I'm going to enjoy myself. Like, I'm going to have fun and I'm not going to get like overly mad at some place. Cause like at the end of the day, I usually visit places because of people, not because of touristy locations. Like, I'm going to be going to Europe this summer and I'm mostly going to be going to visit people. I'm not going to be going to visit cities as much. And I'll probably learn a lot more and enjoy myself a lot more that I'm visiting people, not cities, specifically. I will be visiting cities, obviously, because most of the people live in a city or near one, but like, I'm not specifically going to rate a city. Like, I'm going to enjoy my time with people and just happen to experience everything. So, wish Maryland would do better with transit. Yes, the Maryland Democrats should just actually try. Have I ever been to Tucson? No. I've been to Phoenix briefly, but not, I was too young at the time, so. Okay, well, I'm looking for this. Oh, I've seen, what's his name? Did a video on this. I think Hooj, I think his name, Hoog. I think he did a video on this. Yeah, because this was originally meant to be a literal car-based, Lucid Studio watches it. Yes, I do. I think he's good at covering high-speed rail, and he's good at covering high-speed rail. Yeah, Hoog. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. NC Transit frustrates me. Charlotte wants to spend more on public transit. I mean, this is just your classic, like, North Carolina is still technically a red state, but it's changing, and it won't be red for too much longer. But yeah, no, I've heard things about this neighborhood, and it will be interesting when not. And see, this is my issue: is that this is a cool like thing to talk about car infrastructure, and is that a fucking bike lane? No, it's not. Okay, it's just a median. I was gonna say if that was a bike lane, that's bad even with American standards. It's in the center of the like road. But yeah, no, I think that like, so take this for example, because I've read about this and I've watched videos on this, is that like there's an old development that was originally intended to be very car centric because, hey, look, highway in the center and we put like parking garages that you can walk to and then take your car and blah, blah, blah. And now it's being modified to be more transit accessible. You have your 2 metro lines on either side. But it's just like, say when Not Just Bikes will talk about this, he'll talk about the efforts that they're putting in to change this to make it better. And the problem is when he shows a place in North America, he generally won't do the same. He won't say like, hey, here's what they're doing to try to make this a better thing. because most of the places that are like terrible in North America, they are trying to do stuff, but it's just like usually you have to dig through like planning documents to actually find the stuff, which is annoying. So like understandably, he probably knows like, hey, here are all the stuff that uh, here are all the stuff that like I know about what they're doing to fix this in my city, which yeah, understandably knows more about that. Um, I mean, this is Canada is just really bad at intercity rail. That's like the main thing that Canada has to get better at. Oh, I love 99% Invisible. Great podcast. Recommend it to anyone. Um, it is much more human perspective, includes people's story living there compared to the planning aspects Hooge covered. Yeah. Um, no, definitely. Where is who am I getting pinged by? Oh. Let's see. CP Rail, instead of building hockey arena over tracks, Penn Station built, going to prevent tracks from reaching Grand Windsor State. Oh, that's goofy. I need to read more into that. HFR will be actual high-speed rail. Hopefully, I don't like the HFR stuff. It's because the Canadian government is too neoliberal to do anything. And they're just failing at actually doing stuff. Also, this rail interchange is very cool here, because I guess that's your high-speed line. I guess, is this one from coming from the south? Yeah. Your high-speed line coming from the south comes through here, and all your rail interchanges are through here. Do you think Pittsburgh's East Busway would be better as light rail? Debatable. Because if let's go look at Pittsburgh. So yeah, the East Busway. I assume this is the one you're talking about over here that parallels the Pennsy main. It's not a bad thing that it's a busway, is because like the way that they do it is there's a bunch of like branches off of it, and the branches go to like normal suburban or normal streets. So like it's not a bad idea that it's buses. It's definitely one of the better BRTs in North America. And you have like dedicated like passing. Like this is cool here. So let's see if we can. Oh, that's old Street View. Wow. But like this is how you do BRT. Let's see. Am I missing anything? Tally sucks. It's not the East Busway. There should be rail. It's the Oakland BRT. Yeah, this is probably correct. But this is how you do BRT. So not all of the buses have to stop at this place. I think most of them can stop here. But the point is that like if there's a bus stopped here picking someone up and your other bus is coming and has no one getting off, it can just zoom by while the other one's parked. So you essentially have express and local buses, which I think is pretty neat. And this busway is one of the better managed in the country. And the fact that it's grade separated pretty much the entire way from everything else that's how you do it. And at that point, like you said, you wonder if it would be better as light rail, but it's if you do it correctly, if you do the BRT correctly, it can be equally as good. Yeah. And this busway goes pretty far. That's the other thing. It pretty much parallels the Pennsy main until here. which is really far outside of the city. Like if we measure the distance, if you go all the way around where this goes, like that's 8.5 miles of BRT, which is very good. Most BRTs in the US are not that long, nor do they have the connectivity that this one has. So I think it's definitely one of the better ones in the country. And I mean, most publications seem to agree. The power transmission corridors work as BRT corridors, in your opinion? I mean, like, BRT is usually not long enough for that to matter. US is better intercity rail. Canada is better urban transit. US intercity rail isn't Europe. Yeah, no, it's people will fight you on this though. Canada is better urban transit because there is a few cities in the US that are better than Canada at intercity transit, mainly New York, obviously. But for the most part, yes, most Canadian cities are better at intra-city transit than intercity. Yeah, no, I mean, if you want good examples of electrification and double stacks, you just have to look at Indian railways. But yeah, I mean, like, Pittsburgh actually has a surprisingly high transit ridership with mainly just buses. Like, they have obviously the light rail, but the light rail is not as heavily used as some of the bus routes are. Pittsburgh also excels because of the fact that they have a large student population as part of the city, so those people by default are not going to have as many cars. But yeah, no, that's always bothered me about Canada. Is Canada is definitely good. It's just that like you could be so much better with intercity rail than it currently is. Look up the following article and see House Speaker blasts Charlotte. I mean, like, yeah, this is every Republican ever. It's not surprising that I assume this is the article. Yeah, I mean, this is every dumb Republican ever. Yeah, Republican House Speaker needs to focus on road capacity. Yeah, I mean, these are your usual talking points. Yeah, they definitely haven't recovered as well. But part of the reason for this is because of Charlotte, how sprawled Charlotte is in general. What does he say here? We want transportation is more of these bike lanes and not more of rail that costs so much. Yeah, he wants to probably spend billions of dollars on highways. I mean, like, yeah. The thing is like, I mean, we can look at Charlotte. The thing is that with a lot of this stuff, politicians are usually more rich, and generally, if you're come from a wealthy background, you're going to want to drive more. And so generally that's kind of the vicious cycle, is that you have politicians that don't understand rail. They drive all the time. So they don't know what investing or riding transit is like. So they're going to only invest in highway infrastructure. So yeah, there's some malicious aspects here, but for the most part, they're just doing it in their self-interest, which is annoying. But they don't quite get it. Speaking of intercity rail in Canada, bringing trains between, yes. I think Go runs some stuff for that, but yeah, they should run more. But yeah, Charlotte, pretty much the only density that exists along the blue line here. Anything outside of this area is rough, to say the least, because most of the extra parts of Charlotte will be, you'll have some density like here, but I think this is a college actually. Yeah, that's a part of a college, so even then that's kind of cheating. Yeah, most of Charlotte will probably look like this, where it's your typical suburban development. But yeah, it's getting better. It's It's what I'll be impressed with is when they put the Amtrak station here, which they will open up eventually. Because when I took Amtrak to Charlotte, I had to get off up here, which is out kind of in the middle of nowhere, and then NS would not allow them to put a light rail station close to the station or have a walkway across. So that's why there's no connection. But it's getting better. You have a lot of new development, and what's forget the new neighborhood down or south end. Yeah, south end is a good example of like new development that's actually quite decent. Yeah, you have big apartment buildings like this. You have your light rail station down here. Yeah, you have a new building there. Like there's a lot of, you can literally just go forward and yeah, new development there. And your light rail station, I think it's up here. So like it's getting better. Like I took the light rail to here in this neighborhood. Like it's definitely gotten better. Yeah, there you go. Brand new developments just shooting up. So it's like it's getting better, and like Charlotte was a good example of like here's a place that's getting better rapidly. It's not taking a long time, which that's one of the main things that people have like, oh, I don't want to wait. North American cities suck and like we're doomed, etc. It's like, yeah, but a lot of places like this are improving quite rapidly, and you saw that like literally only a year or two ago, all this shit was just not here. Hello. Oh, you can see the crossing is about to start going. That's funny. If I go, does the gate come down? Oh yeah, gate coming down. That's funny. So yeah, it's quite interesting to see some of these places like Charlotte. Yeah, like that's the thing. Thoughts on Rochester? This is very good. Rochester closing the inner loop. Whereas I saw New York Susquehanna Western Short Line used to run DMU service in Syracuse. Yeah, I wish that still existed. And I wish they completed it because here, let's go look at Syracuse. So with Syracuse, unfortunately, the train station, and I think I've showed this before, and those who don't know, the rail right of way, if we open rail map. Okay. So if we go over to Syracuse, if we look at the rail right of ways in Syracuse, there's the main line now, and there's your station is up here. Downtown Syracuse is right here, and there's highway fucking running through it. This should have, oh, that's annoying. Why does it not have, like, rail guide? Okay, this one should have it. Okay, so that's your current thing. Let's switch over to classic. Okay. So the New York Central, cue the Rodney gif. The New York Central used to run through downtown Syracuse. And it actually like street ran through downtown Syracuse, and it did that up until I think the 30s or 40s, which is wild. But obviously street running with mainline trains that are going all the way to Chicago is very stupid. So eventually they elevated this section. And this is the old one. This is the new one. And so the new one roughly follows this here and went through downtown Syracuse and then joined up back with this here. Now, you seeing this map, if we go back to current, those are both gone. What is in the place of that rail right of way now? It's a highway. And so 690 basically replaced the New York Central right of way. Game, yeah, it's Jover for the Eagles, unfortunately. There are pics of the New York Central Hudson's running down. Yeah, yeah. Syracuse, NY trains. Yeah, here's one of a good picture. Let's see. Just gonna open. Yes, continue. Oh nope, not that. Thank you, Google. I don't want to buy model trains at the moment. Let's go back to that. Yeah, here's the classic one. Oh, wait a minute. No, close that. There's a bunch of different pictures of downtown Syracuse, but yeah, they essentially used to run. No, go away. They essentially used to run straight down the center of like the roadways, and there's a tram. Like the trams used to have a diamond that used to cross over and everything. Yeah, no, not a good score for the Eagles. Bring back the GG1. If they bring one back, they'll probably have to resto mod one or build one from scratch like the T1 they're doing. Do you think you're going to I don't know who's going to win Drag Race this season. There should be other... But yeah, they used to... Like, this is insane. Also, Syracuse is known as the Salt City because they used to mine salt. Yeah, here's some... Like, that's insane, absolutely insane activities. Is this considered light rail? I don't know. That's definitely not light rail. Let me mute all those. Go away. Where's the mute thing? Priority only. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, this is your right of way again. Yeah, just insane activities. You shouldn't do this. Generally not recommended to build the right of way through this middle of this city. Let's see. So yeah, anyway, we saw that used to run down. So the most insulting thing is it was replaced by, it was elevated, and then the elevated section was replaced by a highway. And before I show you what I'm about to show you, it's insulting that like rail has been replaced with highways in a lot of places like this in Syracuse. But to the extent that like it was replaced here, and then it's almost insulting, is like frustrating. And those who know about Syracuse know what I'm about to show you. But the old New York Central station is still here. It's now, and you even have your Mercury on the front of it, your little streamlined train. And beautiful kind of neoclassical Art Deco, very similar to 30th Street kind of like design. It's now the news station for Syracuse. But the most insulting part is the highway is behind it, and the highway literally runs where the platforms used to be. And the worst thing is that if you zoom in on the highway or you're on the highway, one of the platforms is still fucking there. And it's just like, oh my fucking, like when I first saw that when I was like younger, I was like, that's kind of weird. Like, I guess there was a train here at one point. And it's like, damn. They even put like to make it look a little bit better, they even put like people waiting on the platform. Like, damn, that's just fucking insulting. Apparently the walkways for all the platforms still exist under the highway, which is just insane. I think they're one of the walkways or entrances to. There's still an entrance somewhere on this side, but basically, yeah, it's like insulting that a lot of this stuff still exists. Yeah, I think there's an entrance on this side. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so you can see it. And like apparently you can still get into the stuff under the highway. Um so yeah, it's just like that's a good example of just like highways just kind of ruining the city. And like they're unfortunately not doing anything about 690. Now 81 though, this whole section from like here-ish to downtown where it intersects 690, they're going to turn into a boulevard so that they can connect these two sides of the city. And like Syracuse is actually quite nice, the downtown. Like it's not a bad downtown. It's very Rust Belt. You have this old cool armory that's like a science museum in the middle now. You have like newer developments and stuff like this. Talk about the I don't know too much about this, but I can look it up in a sec. But yeah, Syracuse is just it used to be a lot cooler and a lot better than it was. It is getting development back, and there's some cool buildings. I did a video a while ago, kind of as a joke about Syracuse, but let's see. Oh, you guys want to see the coolest building of all time? This building goes so incredibly hard. Whoop. Come on. This building goes unnecessarily hard. It's one of the best examples of Art Deco in the country, in my opinion. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, definitely one of my favorite Art Deco buildings. It's even cooler that it was a power company building. But yeah, Syracuse still has some cool stuff. The thing that even bothers me more about Syracuse is see this see this square right here? You'll notice this boulevard is named Erie Boulevard. And Erie Boulevard kind of goes in a straight line out of the city and kind of weaves in and out. Where does Erie Boulevard go to? Well, what's this? Why is there a trench here? Where does this trench go? Why does it lead to more trenches? And why does it lead sort of out of the city in this direction? Well, Erie Boulevard, if you were to guess it, was the original Erie Canal. It went straight through the center of Syracuse. Erie Canal, Syracuse. Like, that motherfucker used to look like Amsterdam. And it's crazy that, like, come on, give me a higher res image. Like, it used to be, like, the boats were in the center of the city. And it's insane that, like, it's insane that they took this away. Yeah, understandably, like, canals were not seen as, like, the nicest thing to have in a city at the time, but it's just, like, it's crazy to me that, like, you had streetcars, you had the canal and everything. And this was one of the main reasons why Syracuse became a big city as it was, is because the Erie Canal ran straight through it. The canals technically still exist. It's just now called the Barge Canal. And they redirected them outside of cities. So like this here is the Seneca River, and it's now part of the Barge Canal, and it leads to Oneida. And then there's this straight line, which rivers don't look like that. So that's your new canal that replaced the Erie Canal in the early 1900s. Or late 1800s, early 1900s. It's a better canal, and it has more usefulness. Also, there's the Rome train station, unfortunately outside of the city, but it's at least there. And yeah, the Barge Canal, pretty cool. It goes literally all the way from Albany to Buffalo. Still exists, and you can still get a boat all the way from the Hudson to Lake Erie here. Bring back the Morris Canal. Yeah, most insane fucking canal. When you're looking at Old City, you see suspiciously linear property line. Yeah. Let's see. Where was the thing? Look at the spit and duva. I don't know how to say that. Um, I think I know what this is. Oh, they essentially just want to run a north-south line through the LA area. I mean, that makes sense. It's a little goofy. They want to go through the mountains. Oh, they want to put it on top of the high. Oh, this is the monorail bullshit. Yeah, just make it a fucking train. Yeah, monorail will probably be fine as long as you do it correctly. Monorail is the best gadget bond. Like, if you're going to pick a gadget bond, you might as well do a monorail. It is the most useful one out of everything. But for the most part, instead of. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Very funny graphic. Whoever did the render here, you're very goofy. Yes. I look up metro train. Graphic designers are very funny with using train models that make absolutely no sense. Monorail just won't hold the capacity for this route. I mean, if you run it frequently enough, it can. But yeah, for the most part, it should just be a normal. It should just be a normal rail line. Like, politicians for some reason have such a knack for being sold on random fucking gadget bonds when they just need to build another train. I don't get it. Ooh. Been obsessed with the potential high-speed route running from New York City to Buffalo. Lucid Stu did a great analysis on it, but I feel like it's completely possible and it would help Buffalo economy a lot. Yes, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, you essentially go back to the New York Central versus Pennsy argument, because the New York Central ran from New York up the Hudson and then from Albany over, essentially following the terrain, so it didn't have to can we? Yeah, so you can see here, most of the terrible terrain is in this area. It's the Catskills and the Finger Lakes. But if you go the water level route, which is Albany and then over, you're basically missing all of the mountains, essentially. There's a little bit between Schenectady and Utica, but for the most part, you're missing everything. So that's why the New York Central could run really long trains with one engine. It's because it was flat, so you didn't really need much power. So if there was a high-speed rail line, it would probably do the same thing. It would probably go up to Albany and then over to Buffalo. And you'd pretty much follow the current right-of-way of the New York Central's main because it's pretty straight, or it was pretty straight. And then the other competing one is the whatchamacallit, the Pennsy main, which if we go over here, this is probably an easier way to do it. So you can see the current CSX line, which is the old New York Central. That's essentially what the high-speed rail route would look like, just not as squiggly as the CSX line is. Versus the Pennsy main, which is insane. It's technically the more direct route between New York and Chicago, but it's just you had to deal with the geography of Pennsylvania. And is how to improve its urbanism. I can look at that in a little bit, yeah. I like the C&O canal. Yeah, canals are very good. I don't think enough people appreciate canals for the most part. Let's see. Every news outlet in the Midwest using Acela talking about... Yeah, I mean, most people that don't know what trains are, they just look up high-speed train and then use the thing for it. Eagles lose. Yeah, no. I kind of had bad feelings about it. But yeah, no, the chasing chasing savage vampires on UTX tracks tonight. Setting up camera gear right now. Nice to have stream in the background. Savage vampires on UTA tracks tonight. What does that mean? Is that like a band or something? Because I know the goofy thing about the UTA light rail is that there's a freight line that actually uses part of the light rail system to do local freight stuff, which is kind of very unique. There's not too many of that in the U.S. This guy. Turcotte interchange? Where is that? I will not root for the 49ers. If I root for a football team, it will probably be well, actually no, they suck. Because my dad used to like the Giants a lot, but they suck currently. Oh yeah, it's the one in Montreal, the Super Collider interchange, just terrible. Yeah, that's like really goofy big for what it needs to be, in my opinion. Savage Vampire is a freight train that runs. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Then the UTA stuff. There's like a UTA light rail freight. Yeah, okay. So that's what he is doing. So our friend here, Isaac, is going after these things, which there's actual big like freight trains that run on the light rail system, which I think is very goofy. But it's a good example. Like you can mix like transit modes as long as you manage it, obviously. Yeah, like there's your freight train. Freight train going through a light rail station. Like this should yeah, no, I on this is my second channel. I think I'm only subscribed to like a few people on the second channel. But yeah, this is under wire, by the way. Freight under wire. It's not even like real mainline wire either. It's light rail. Is there a brighter? There's got to be a brighter video than this. It's got to be a better video for this. Dallas, our team shucks. Chicago, hold my. Yeah, the Bears and Dallas not having a good year. That creator and I are two people that have ever published videos on that route. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's it's that's unique. I don't think there's anywhere else in the U.S. that has that. The Hudson Bergen light rail might have that. I don't think so though. I think UTA is the only place where it happens. Yeah, because this doesn't share the track. If I go to India, I'd probably go to like Kolkata because I have like friends there. The Riverline sort of counts. I forget if this I don't think it shares tracks in any spot. No, I think it just runs next to it. Yeah. Oh, well, there's a. Oh no, that's a crossover. Okay, so that's it. This is separate. Yeah, no, that doesn't. Oh, no, that's just your Newark Light Rail does. I think just at the end of it, right? San Diego Trolley does something similar. Okay. Riverline kind of counts, but since it's a DMU, it's kind of. Because I guess the Newark one shares it up here, but there's not too much that it shares, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that line hasn't been used in a decent amount of time. I don't think it has it anywhere else. Yeah, because there's a Morrison Essex crosses over, and then it just goes into its tunnel. Yeah, so that one doesn't really share anything. Will up north if extended to Bergen County. Okay. St. Louis fully separate. The old right of way to Liberty State Park always looks odd to me. Yeah. Bergen County. Also. Merge. No, I think they should be separate. There's no need to merge them. The FRA would only merge with if you had like a network rail type situation in the future. If we nationalized all the infrastructure of the class ones, then you'd possibly need something. Riverline DMUs, same. Yeah, they are Stadler GTWs. They just have a different nose on them, essentially. Thoughts on Grand Rapids? I think for the most part it's very good. If I remember correctly, Grand Rapids has actually done a decent amount of work recently too, and the fact that Michigan is getting more intercity rail stuff, which is really good. A little goofy train station though. Is this the old train station? What is this? Or is this a tent? Oh, it's a bus terminal. Interesting. Thoughts on Brightline crash? What Brightline crash? I'm sure that if you talk about it, another one will happen. They should grade separate more of it. But for the most part, it's just that's up to Florida DOT. It's mostly the Florida DOT's fault. Because like the DOT either has to force Brightline to grade separate or they have to do it themselves. We'll see. I'm optimistic about the Michigan stuff. But yeah, it's a little goofy train station here. I mean, it's fine. You should have another platform, probably. Grand Rapids didn't have a train station. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably located slightly more out of the city, I would assume. Because it's let's see. Okay. Wait, is that a class 3? Grand Rapids Eastern. Where does that run? Oh, so it interchanges with CSX and that's it. Wow, this is some long fucking class 2s or 3s. What the fuck? What is this? Lake State? Never heard of that. Lake State Railroad. Oops. Huh. That's a fucking GEVO. Or no, that's a, excuse me, that's a SD70. Okay, that's kind of sick. Okay, this is like a modified New York Central scheme. So I assume this is good SD, or no, GP38, I think. Huh. I have never heard of this. That is the most fucking boomer ass. What the fuck? Greyhound is messing around with closing the major city terminal. Yeah, this is on my list of things to do is making the Greyhound video. I need to make the Greyhound video. It did cover them in one of the Drayton's videos. Okay. Corridor ID routes you think are the easiest to accomplish? Scranton. Scranton, hands down. And then the Twin Cities one, because it's already sort of in the process of happening. Twin Cities to Milwaukee, Chicago. I know it's happening because Amtrak is training people for it currently. Amtrak is training a lot of people currently for routes that don't exist yet. I will tell you that right now. Amtrak is training a lot of conductors and different people that I've heard internally for routes that don't exist yet. So when people tell you, "Ooh, it's not going to happen," no, even Amtrak knows it's going to happen. Do you think Scranton will be electrified? Possibly. Question: New York Central streets. It was New York Central. Metro SC70s now they look weird. Yeah, I mean I don't hate them. I can't hate too much because like they do look good. They're just incredibly goofy. The fact that they use them. Okay, so they did have through running through the downtown. Oh, it was Pennsylvania Railroad. God's Railroad. Okay. I always forget how far they went up. Huh. So they had like 3 or 4 railroads that came through here. Basically all of them. Does Amtrak know? It's technically not a leak, but yeah. Any good news for Michigan and Detroit? Yes, Detroit's getting the Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit train. What do you think about the timeline for 3C plus D? Okay, well, I can answer both of these questions in just a sec. But yeah, no, I will tell you right now, I know some friends that are dealing with Amtrak training or conductors, et cetera, and Amtrak is currently training people for routes that aren't running at the moment. Specifically, the two are the New Orleans to Mobile, Alabama. They expect that to be running very soon, and then the whatchamacallit, the second or third train that they're going to try to put on the the Twin Cities route from Chicago to Twin Cities. They're expecting to need more crew very soon for that. Silverliner 6 RFP I think that came out already, but basically they're probably just going to use a modified M8, Kawasaki M8. That's my guess. But for Detroit, whatever. So if we go to current, so what you're going to get is this route here that goes to Toledo and then over to Cleveland. That's going to be a line. So Detroit will be getting at least one more. There's talks of bringing back the International again, I think it's called, or which went through the Windsor Detroit tunnel, and possibly you could get a train from Chicago to Toronto again, or just something closer, maybe from Detroit to Toronto. Thoughts on the North Coast Hiawatha? I don't know how long that one's going to take to bring back, because that's either going to come back very quickly or take forever. So here, maybe I'll show you. There it is. So part of the video that I was working on was the corridor ID video, which, oh my god, it took forever because I had to make so many of these and look at so many rail corridors. But generally, like, we'll talk about one because someone asked about it earlier. What I did is I put together these cards and I put together maps. Actually, let's bring up one that has a map that I made, because I used maps and then I made maps for ones that didn't really have ones already. Yeah, we'll do this one. So some of these I took the liberty of naming because they technically did not have a name yet. But I felt like some of these made sense to have a name. Where's browser? There we go. Oh, move that out of the way. North Coast Hiawatha would get funding through long distance study, even if that even gets funded. It will get funded. The long distance study will get funded. The weird part is it was in this round of studies, which doesn't make sense, but I think it's because people really want it. Yes, one of the conditions of the CPKC merger was to allow Amtrak through Detroit Windsor. I hope that's the case. I don't know. So I don't know how CPKC will play with Amtrak now, because the whole reason that Canadian Pacific was being nice to Amtrak was so that Canadian Pacific could get the deal with the merger. So now that the merger happened, I don't know if management is going to be as nice to Amtrak anymore, and if that will decline. So we'll see. But yeah, so I made I made these basically to explain some of this stuff, because you'll see it in the video hopefully tomorrow when that comes out. Basically make a map for the proposed corridor, and then I make one of these cards, which it's projects is just the Chicago, Columbus, Pittsburgh route, which, yeah, there's your city pairs, conventional speed, funding. Now, what does this mean? So this is funding for a study for the corridor. So what does the study mean? The study is just literally, hey, we're suggesting a train should go here. Now we need a study to point out exactly how we're going to do this route, or the options you have. And then once that study comes out, exactly how to do it, then we'll give you the money to proceed with possibly studying how to build it and then building it, or just building it. So that's how these work, is that a lot of these corridors, people either haven't had the funding for or whatnot to actually produce a real study for. So what this is just is putting the funding out there, $500,000, for just getting a study done. And that study is just going to be like, hey, here's the tracks you can hear, here's the options we have, et cetera, like a proper one. And that's all that the corridor ID system is basically streamlining the process to get rail projects out there and to get them done. Some of the rail projects, like the North Carolina S line, got money immediately because all the study and everything and construction stuff is already, or construction documents are already done for it. So like that one's already going and getting money to just proceed for construction. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, CN's attitude hostile toward passenger trains. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, for example, so when you're in the video, the funding is just, if you see 500,000, I'll explain that in the video. That's just for the corridor ID program. Other ones have a lot more funding where they're actually going into construction. And then with the groundbreaking here, this is just an educated guess of mine, guessing when this is going to happen based on a few things. Generally, if the corridor is owned by states, like say they own the right of way or they own the rails, that means your project gets through faster. Or if it's owned by class 1 or class 2, excuse me. If it's owned by class 1 or class 2, generally it will go through faster. That's not always true, but generally, if you have a corridor that's owned by a class 2 or 3, you can generally either do one of two things. You can either throw money at them and they'll be like, oh yes, of course, we'll do what you want. Or they will, or you do the other thing, which is bully them, because you can bully smaller companies a lot easier. versus class ones, with class ones don't really like running new stuff at all. And then if a corridor is running through states that are very pro rail or have Democrats in control, that's the other way that generally a rail project will get built quicker. Unfortunately, this one I don't exactly know. That's why I say 5 to 15 years is not that specific. It's because like you're running through Indiana, and Indiana has not been notoriously very nice to rail projects. But on the other hand, Chicago area, Illinois, and Ohio have been very positive for rail projects recently. So it's kind of back and forth with how this one would go. This probably corridor would only be one train a day, I guess. Oh, excuse me. So it's one of those things. But like, yeah, we have like other corridors which I've done so far too. Someone was asking about Scranton. Like I did one for Scranton too. So I'm guessing 1 to 5 years, because basically most of the technical documents are already done for Scranton. It's just that they aren't accepted yet, because let me see if I can find them actually. Because I have them saved somewhere. I will talk about congestion pricing in just a sec. Let me find these. Scranton bullshit. Where is this? This is the folder. This should be it. Very goofy image. Man with a hat driving the train. But yeah, there's full documents that are done for this shit already. Like this is a technical. This is Amtrak contracting out Jacobs, this construction company. So basically, like this is why I say the Scranton corridor is going to happen like almost immediately once it gets the funding. It's because most of this stuff is already done. Whereas like your this is a big PDF, so it takes a little bit time to load. There we go. Looking for it. Why would Manhattan? Why would it be louder? Oh, quieter. Oh, okay, you corrected yourself. I see. Yeah, like they already studied the train timing and everything, which I think is good. Kind of goofy when they have them cross over, but this is highly dependent, I think, on when the tunnel availability for the Hudson tunnels is. Let's see. But for the most part, like I said, most of this stuff has been like basically studied to death, and construction wise has been studied to death, and they know what they need to do. So once projects like this that have been pushed for a very long time, excuse me, once the funding gets going for this stuff, it will almost automatically get approved and will go through. Where is this? Where is Norfolk Southern? Oh, Norfolk Southern is up here. Smart growth plan. Arlington's. I'll have to look at that. The Arlington stuff. I'll do congestion pricing next. But like, congestion pricing thing is dumb. It's if New Jersey really wanted to do things in good faith, they'd argue that NJ Transit should get part of the funds. But for the most part, it's stupid. Governor Murphy is just appeasing rich people that like are his constituents. He just has to like suck their dick for a while, because it's just like, oh yeah, you're right, I'm gonna sue them because they're trying to tax you. That's, oh no. Yeah, here's the station. They've already like there's already a pass-through apparently where the station is going to be, so it's funny, a lot of the infrastructure is already there. Oh my gosh, excuse me. There's a second document, or second part of this document. Where is it? Yeah, pretty much. Technical work is done. My dad worked on the Lackawanna cutoff study. Only big issue is a few streams would be messed up a bit. Yeah, well, a lot more stuff is messed up by highways, but no one really talks about that. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Army Corps is engineers. Army Corps engineers always giving people problems. Um, but yeah, here's like the station layout that will look in Scranton. It will be down by Steamtown, so you can literally get off of the Amtrak train and walk over to the excursion platform, which I think is very goofy. See, I have a grand Foamer plan for Scranton once this gets done. Come on. Yeah, here's your storage tracks for your overnight rolling stock that has to stay. Also, very funny to use Google Maps screenshots. But yeah, most of the technical work for this kind of stuff is already done for the most part. It's just getting the funding. Yeah, like they have all the, here's like the, I think Stroudsburg station. Yeah, East Stroudsburg station. So like, this is funny. They have a high and low platform. Yeah, here's your Alco picture again. Extend it up to Binghamton. NJT goes, yeah, no, it should go to or it should go to Binghamton. The problem is, and I can show you in a sec, the Binghamton tracks are kind of gone. So there's some issues. Where do we? Yeah, here's your cutoff. Oh, very funny. Look what they named one of the interlockings. It wasn't historically named that, I'll tell you that. But yeah, glad he's getting some recognition. Let's see. But yeah, a lot of technical documents already pretty much done. They know what they need to do. Yeah, that's pretty much it for that one. But yeah, if let's see. So to go to Binghamton, which is here, you could just use the Norfolk Southern tracks. Unfortunately, if we go to Classic, there used to be a lot more options to go up here. But yeah, if you dealt with Norfolk Southern, you could essentially just use this line, which is the old Erie Lackawanna. Or Lackawanna, I guess. Erie was the green. But you had some of these other lines up here that aren't here anymore. Like, who was this? New York and Ohio and Western, or Susquehanna and Western, and then the Erie. And then there's a bunch of D&H stuff that used to exist. D&H is such a weird railroad. But yeah, I mean, there is still the Norfolk Southern line that you could make come up here. What's your grand plan? Yeah, I'll show the grand plan. Let me answer this, which I said I would answer. Wondering your thoughts on Arlington's TOD smart growth plan. I don't know too much about that, but I know like Arlington in general is doing pretty well comparatively. It's doing better than DC is when it comes to building housing. Or not Arlington or Alexandria? Arlington, Virginia. Which is this? Now, Arlington. Which is down? This is downtown. No, this is Crystal City. Which is? Hold up. Oh, it's the whole area. Okay. And technically this is the downtown. I mean, yeah, they're doing a really good job. It's, I mean, you know, if we go scroll in, like they have some really tall buildings, and like the main reason this is all happening is because DC has banned like buildings over a certain height. Like DC has a height cap, kind of like a European city does. That's part of the reason why Arlington and like Crystal City and Roslyn is all happening, is because like the city of DC itself is all height capped. Like all these buildings, I think the tallest you can build is like 5 or 6 stories, or 7 or 8 stories or something. But like most of DC is height capped. Like this is the tallest type of building you'll see in Washington DC, or these are the tallest you'll see. Like nothing's really taller than them. The only thing that's tall in DC is literally the Washington Monument, but most of the buildings are like your typical 5/1 type height. You're not going to get things that are much taller than like something like this, that are, I guess, 7, 8 stories tall. Arlington, Texas, just Jerry World, or Zoo entirely Jerry Jones, yeah. Is the first major railroad to have its main line abandoned entirely. Huh, I didn't know that. New York and is that New York and Ohio in Western, I'm going to assume? Actually, I have never heard of that. I assume Ontario and Western. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I've seen okay, yeah, that's where that logo comes from, because I've seen a few historic units that have that logo. There was one in South Jersey for a long time that had that logo. Where was the... Because this, I assume, was a... map. That's a goofy fucking railroad. What? What? This is... What the fuck? That is such a goofy mainline. What? Yeah, no wonder it got abandoned. It doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah. No wonder this got fucking abandoned. And there's like 50 other railroads that were all competing. These were like coal conveyor belt railroads, essentially. That's some goofy... What? It doesn't go anywhere. Like, it goes from New York, Weehawken to Middletown, misses everything, like, and then has branch lines to actual cities. What the fuck? How have I not known about this? Well, I did sort of know about this, but I didn't know how fucking goofy this is. What the fuck? Now I gotta look at this shit. Oh, not attractions. Classic owners. Okay. So I'm gonna assume this is them. Yeah, that's them. Lomata's capacity study confirms station at Georgetown, including the blue. Capacity study confirms a station at Georgetown. Yeah, I mean, like, the only reason there's not a station in Georgetown is because of the NIMBYs. NIMBYs in Georgetown have literally just prevented a station there for just decades. But it's even goofy because, like, they didn't have trackage rights into New York or Weehawken. They had to fucking use the New York Central to get into probably the New York and Susquehanna and Western's Union City terminal. That's so goofy. What the fuck? This is that's some goofy shit. Because, like, this was basically a coal conveyor belt railroad. Or I guess technically they had an Oswego, like, probably terminal to the shipping here. So they could probably do, like, iron ore stuff. But, like, for the most part, yeah, no wonder they died. Yeah, New York to Oswego. It's fucking, and they like, the goofy thing is they went around Syracuse. They like they missed Syracuse. They missed Binghamton. They missed Scranton. And they went through all these like tiny dinky towns up here, like Rockland and Liberty and stuff. And the only like large-ish town was Middletown. Like this is so goofy. What the fuck? Like yeah, and they have branch lines to Utica and Rome. Like, wow, I fucking wonder why they disappeared. That is so goofy. Oh, and they went to Port Jervis. Okay. Okay, half a Hokkaido main lines before privatization. Yeah. But yeah, no, this will be good. Georgetown. Um, capacity study. I haven't seen bypasses due to. No, this is. It was mainly because of NIMBYs, especially back in the day, because Georgetown is one of the densest neighborhoods. Geology, topographic issues are no excuse when DC already has stations that are in hell. Like, they're just so deep in the earth, it doesn't matter. Um, uh, um, Georgetown, yeah, it's on that. Flip side, yeah, East Coast geography. Yeah, I don't buy the excuse here, because the NIMBYs in Georgetown are pretty bad. Like, you can't write that off. And the thing with Georgetown is because not only there's NIMBYs, but there's rich NIMBYs there, because Georgetown has historically always been sort of more wealthy neighborhood. So it's not surprising that that's the case. Uh, yeah, so they're gonna do another tunnel under the Potomac. Interesting. Either way, Georgetown's gonna get stationed. Is it true that transit can bring crime? Yes, it will bring crime. Being crime of being fucking rad as shit. The crime of my making my neighborhood cool. No, but generally there's pretty good studies on this. Transit actually usually decreases crime in neighborhoods because of the eyes on the street effect, where basically when you have more people in an area, people are less likely to do crime because there's more people there constantly. There are obviously some exceptions to that rule, but for the most part, when you build a transit station, you will generally get less crime in the area. Plus, there's always going to be transit cops and surveillance around transit stations where before there isn't. Longest escalator in the Western Hemisphere, yeah, DC Metro. I mean, it's, yeah. The current tunnel's at capacity. Need a new one no matter what plan they adopt. Yeah, that makes sense. Mall vendors reported increase on crime. You know why? You know why? Because they are using that excuse because they don't want to pay their fucking workers more. And so they'll keep saying, "Oh, why are we going out of business? Why do we have to raise prices? Or why are we putting stuff?" No, it's because they don't want to hire more people. They don't want to get more people to actually manage the departments and shelving. And they don't want their workers to unionize. So when one of their stores close, they'll just blame it on crime because, dear God, if the people actually figure out it's because the workers want to unionize or they want to get paid more or they just weren't hiring enough staffing, like that's such a worse look for that store. So the easiest way is just going to be like, oh no, it was because of crime we closed. Crime. No, but majority of the time it's just they didn't have enough staffing or the workers were going to unionize. That happened so many fucking times here in Philly in the last 2 years where like a store is closed because of staffing issues, but then the manager or owner would blame it on crime or theft or something. And no, you actually like delved into it a bit more. It's just they didn't hire enough fucking people, and then they wonder why their business didn't work out. Oh my god, so frustrating. Let's see. Damn, Nine Grand Central has escalated. Yeah, well, DC has the longest ones. Grand Central has them split up into different things. What is it? The only reason I know about this railroad is because the South Jersey, there was a railroad in South Jersey that had one of their units, and I always thought the logo was cool. London Underground had issues with elevators to get to station. Yeah, I mean, New York has a few stations that they're primarily served with elevators only. There's Clark Street, Clark Ave, or whatever on the 5 or 6 or something. Now I'm gonna have to. I think it's the Clark Street. Yeah, this one's primarily only elevators. Like you walk in essentially, and there's elevators. There's no like way to get down to the platform without using elevators. There's got to be better pictures for this. Clark Street's one. I think there is stairs, but like the elevators are essentially the only real way to get down. Clark Street also has a really weird layout. There's also the one in Upper Manhattan. What am I thinking? Where is it? Is it 157th? Is that what it was? No, there's one up here. Is it? Gotta remember where it is. Is it? Also, this is the goofiest fucking shit about New York City. You'll have like 2 identical stations. Granted, that happens in a lot of American cities. Trying to think where that is. I think it's up here. There's another one that's elevator only. 191 Street. Yeah, that's probably it. 20. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep. Yeah, it has that cool tunnel that was painted over and there was controversy about it. Cool murals though. Where is this? There's got to be pictures of elevators. Yeah, there's like a section where, and like the elevators are part of the transit, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, weird station, kind of cool though. 191st, yeah. One with the scary tunnel. Yeah, they keep redoing the tunnel because of that. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of a lot of the weird Manhattan stations are all up here, where the geography is just crazy. Yeah, my favorite New York subway stuff is all up here on the top, or over here on like the 7 when you're elevated going west through Queens. The 7 is really impressive. If you want an impressive subway to base stuff off of, it's either the 7 or the what is it? The 5, 6, whatever, 4, 5, 6. Um, yeah, those are super impressive. I guess that's the Lexington Ave line or whatever. Yeah, the Lexington Ave. Those are super impressive. I love Smith and Ninth. I haven't heard of that one. Okay. Yeah, this one's a weird one that's in like the industrial area. It's like in the bridge. Yeah. Also wild the track configuration here. It's just wild seeing any of the subway infrastructure coming from any other American city because no other American city has a metro line with 4 tracks, let alone multiple different metro lines with 4 tracks. Check out images for 125th station. Oh, I think it just has a big mezzanine, right? The G is underrated. Well, the G is going to get CBTC or whatever soon. I think. Is this the... Yeah, this is the new one. Render... Yeah, no, I've seen this. Yeah, I think it's fine. Remember, this is going to be handling, like, a shit ton of people daily. So I'm not, like, too mad. Like, it is kind of goofy that they're spending, kind of, probably a little too much money on it. But also at the same time, we spend fuck ton of money on highways. Like, if we're going to do it on, like, a station, sure, why not? And like I said, there's going to be... What is this? Why is there a TGV? This goes back to artists not using the correct train models ever. Yeah. That's my thing with transit stuff, and like if it's gonna get built and it doesn't matter the price as long as people are willing to fund it. I don't really care because highways get a ton of money in the first place. Yeah, we should probably streamline some of the spending, but for the most part, it's, hey, we have the money and we might as well just use it on cool transit projects. Be careful, don't dox yourself. Oh, I'm not. I don't live in New York, so. Plus, here in Philly, I live in a neighborhood that's super dense. So even if, like, you know, the relative area of where I live, it's hard to find my actual location. New York governor is why? Yeah, no, I know about it's on my list of videos to make. There's a lot of videos. How to improve cross-border trains? Theoretically, you do the passport check at stations and then you get on. And so you don't have to do the passport check at the border. But that brings in another bit of problems when it comes to cross-border stuff. So there's better ways to do it. It's just that like you shouldn't really be doing it at the border. You should be doing it at the stations. So yeah. Let's see. Oh. Let me refresh this page. I'm seeing if the stream is still working correctly. I think it is. Yes, it's still working correctly. Just making sure the quality is not like tanking. Okay, so I'm gonna. Where's real guy? So I'm gonna run to the bathroom and also get out the green screen I said we would test and get a snack. So give me like 5, 6, 7 minutes and I should be back with the green screen so we can fuck around with that. And then also the we'll play. I'll play some game or something. We'll figure something out. Yeah. So be back in just a second. Hang in there, and yeah, I'm enjoying tonight. Enjoying you all here. So I'll be right back.
I was fine on my own, yeah. Had a house, but you made it a home. I'll be your light on your darkest day. Just don't love me half of the way. Used to carry the weight of it all, yeah. Before I had you there to break my fall. Ain't no mind to what your friends may say. Just don't love me half of the way. We're half of the way to being broken hearted. We're half of the way unless you let me in. We're half of the way from being back to the start. So don't love me half of the way. I can see you were lonesome as me, yeah. You said you could use some company, yeah. I chip away, but your walls don't break. You still love me half of the way. You're half of the way from being broken hearted. We're half of the way unless you let me in, darling. We're half of the way from being back to the start. So don't love me half of the way. You can say that it's only a game. I don't mind playing the fool, but nobody wants to hold half of a hand, and nobody breaks half the rules. No, no. Yeah. Oh baby, I'll be your light on your darkest day. Just don't love me half of the way. We're half of the way to being broken hearted. We're half of the way unless you let me in, darling. We're half of the way from being back to the start. So don't love me half of the way. Whoa, whoa, we're half of the way, yeah, baby. Oh yeah, we're half of the way. We're half of the way from being back to the start. So don't love me half of the way. Just don't love me half of the way. Just don't love me half of the way. Oh, oh, oh. Play it, yeah. Looking all around at the people I see, everybody's living the dream. Starring in the show that we film on our phones, taking photos for pretend magazines. I don't want silver, don't want the bronze. I won't play party, I play the fines. Every time I see a shiny thing on the screen, maybe that could be me. Everybody's running, falling up for something golden. We won't stop the building till we get that something golden. it's greener than mine. While you're looking over here at the studio space, wishing that you had that kind of time. I don't want silver, don't want the bronze. I won't play party, I play the fines. Try to keep my head down, does not care. Hey, what's that over there? Everybody's running, forever, something,
Whoop. Hello, welcome back. All right. Made a milkshake and got some water very quickly. So, got something to eat at least. Okay, let's try excuse me. Let's try out this this green screen, John. So I'm generally lazy when it comes to setting up video equipment, even though up there is a softbox light, which very helpful. So the green screen that I got is one of the ones that you can just like pull up immediately. So let's figure out how to do this. So it's got some latches on it, then opens up. Oop. Then allegedly I can just pull this up. Neck would be a lot better though with them fixing. Yeah, I wish we chose the X2000 of the original Acela. Okay. Okay, I might need another light in front of that. Let me turn. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I might need another light behind me, and then also the microphone is in the way. Um, the Septa hoodie, I think, is from the store. I got it as a gift from someone else, so I'm not necessarily entirely sure. I think that works. Oh, well, now it's not covering the one side. There we go. I need another light. So now I need something. Do I have any of my... No, I think my photography one's in the other room. Yes, it's the Elgato thing, or El Eleganto, however they want to say that. Nice. Conrail shirt. Yeah, let me get a backlight for this because I think that it doesn't work completely well, or we can try. So, need to figure, let's see, I think it's in filters, and then effects, chroma key, okay. Oh, now it's all weird. No, that's definitely not what I wanted. This will take some fiddling. Oops. Yeah, I might need some extra light behind me on the green screen itself. Ooh. Yeah, I might need some extra light. But it should go to black, I think, as a default. Ooh. No, do not minimize that. Why did it minimize like all my windows? What? No. Come back, chat. There we go. No, that is not what I wanted. No, that's gamma on everything. Whoops, no. Stop closing. So if I place this, no, it doesn't do anything. Should... why is it not working correctly? Okay. Remove this. Yes. You can see the fuzz, yeah. I know. I assume the camera angle will have to change. Yeah, this is just kind of a test to see if it works, though. Because I'm mainly interested to see what I can put behind me and to see how this works exactly. Because I've never actually screwed with chroma key in OBS. Let's see. What happens if I do... Okay. So now that works. So now chat can be... so true. That's honestly very funny. All right. Very, very good. All right. That means I can also put a picture behind me too. Where's the chroma key? Filters. There we go. Okay, now I can see around it with a bit more. Okay, so it does have to be black. Let's see. Yeah, let me get that other light, because I think having another light to spill onto this would help a lot. But yeah, it definitely needs more light. I think that's the main issue. Let's see. All right, let me grab that light. We're gonna fix it. What happens when we turn this on? Will this help? Sort of. It just helps in the one corner. This makes chat infinitely funnier. Let's see, if we put it... Does that help at all? I think slightly. I just need to so I have my it's not, I guess it's like way over there. But I have a better camera that I can plug into this. Currently I'm using like an old Logitech. Like Logitech 920 or whatever it is. So it would probably be better. yeah, the Geiger counter is clicking behind me. So it would be better if I used an actual camera and not a webcam, because I think that's half the issue. Live elephant's foot reaction. Hold on. Let me try moving. If I... That does help. Like, lighting it up does help. You can see the black, it gets more black and less grainy. But it's equally as dumb. So I put it here. Oh, that does help. Oh, yeah, that helps actually significantly. Let me turn that up. Oh, I need to charge more of these batteries. Do I have more of the batteries? I do have more. Let me charge this one so when that one runs out, I have one to go. Oh, okay. Let's just hope this is charged. Let's see. When transit can be scanned. If you were to become the manager of NJ Transit or SEPTA, which would you choose? I mean, like, technically NJ Transit can do more. But SEPTA is obviously, I live here in Philly, so it's more reasonable to want to work on. Studio lighting coming soon. Well, like I said, I do have a softbox light up there behind the camera. But that doesn't really help the green screen because the green screen needs more direct light stuff. But either way, yeah, it's kind of goofy and fun to use. Let's see. Man, if I had social media, it's hard to make Ricardo. So, report on Amtrak cross-border operations November. Interesting. I assume they did a study to try to speed up stuff, maybe, possibly. Let's see. Report on Amtrak cross-border. Oh, it's a congressman. Here, let's go back to. Okay, I didn't know this existed. What the fuck is behind me? What? Behind. What? What? Sure. Yeah, I will have to change the camera angle to get the full effect of the green screen, I guess. Yeah, because this. Oh, that's goofy. That's incredibly goofy with the green screen. Oh my god. There's just a chunk of wall just floating. Oh my god. I should stream on my main channel. The main reason I don't want to do that is sometimes people will turn off notifications if I stream too much on like the main channel. So it's tempting. I'm tempted to. But for the most part, I think it works better here on the second channel better. This looks cool. Best $2 ever spent. Anyway. Let me see. Okay, potential cross-border services, current routes, future challenges, next steps. Hold on. I have a friend that was out drinking at the Eagles game, so they're either destroyed or really sad at the moment. Nice desktop wallpaper. Well, my wallpaper's changed, so right now it's the Rail Runner, but it changes between a bunch of different train pictures. See, add a layer behind the webcam. Okay, we'll add an image. Let me find a stupid image. Let's find a stupid. I have many stupid images. Let's see. Many stupid images. Oh, this one's very apt. We could use this one. Unfortunately, they lost, so they're terrible now. So, live stream works best on the second channel for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm mainly thinking. How do you lose to a city with a tourist streetcar? Oh, thanks, Beck. I actually just saw the email because I was waiting for the text from someone. Actually, yeah, thank you. Welcome to the Patreon. I'm gonna, like I said, actually, let me go to Media Adirondacks Amtrak Cascades. Oh, they want to do something with the Adirondack. All right, well, let me read about that. Host issues, meaning we fucking hate CN. That's host issues. Amtrak fucking hates Canadian National. Yeah, unlike here, wait, let's zoom in a little bit. Unlike this is the biggest fucking diss. Unlike operations in the U.S., where Rail Passenger Service Act provides Amtrak with the right access to freight railroad lines at incremental cost, Amtrak operations in Canada are commercial agreements subject to negotiable rates, aka this is the reason why VIA is bad, right here. So yeah, okay, yeah, we have to talk about the Adirondack because there's some goofy. We need the night train to Montreal back because that would mean I could sleep on the way. This doesn't surprise me that much. Ticketmaster CEO. Yeah, this doesn't come as a huge surprise to me. There's a lot of people that just don't believe in trains and will go to any length to have some gadget bond ass shit to try to push something. So yeah, that's people love their fucking gadget bonds. They all think they have the see the thing about gadget bonds is when you have a gadget bond and it's not a train, you get to be that guy that goes, I came up with the fucking smartest way to move people. I have the largest fucking brain in the world, and I came up with a new transit thing. And you like every guy that wants to think they have the biggest brain ever tries to come up with a new transit mode because they think they're smarter than the hundreds of years before them of everyone working to do the same thing. So that's why you get shit like Elon or whatever proposing the Hyperloop shit is because he thinks he's smarter than anyone else and no one's tried this before. And it's stupid that we're still stuck in like current transportation stuff. It's like, no, people tried this shit. There's reasons why it doesn't work. And wow, it failed surprisingly. So like, yeah, the BYD monorail, at least a monorail is the most useful gadget bond. It's the only thing. Developing continued approach cross, yeah. Yeah, because the main problem with increased documentation requirements, yeah. Yeah, currently Amtrak does not enforce monitor these rules. Yeah, so basically it sounds like they want to make the tickets basically include a border crossing in the ticket itself, which makes a lot of sense. Holy shit, the Cascades is not on time. Why the fuck is that so bad? That has to be the Canadian side causing that, because I've never heard that many issues with the Cascades. That has to be the Canadian side that's causing 58% on-time performance. What the fuck? Because I know the Cascades has like a pretty high on-time performance. What the fuck? Yeah, no, talk about Canadian inner-city rail just being garbage. You can just tell just by the fact that how they treat Amtrak. So let's talk about the Adirondack. So the Adirondack, just like any typical Empire service, comes out of Penn Station here and then goes up the West Side connection and then merges with Metro North here. Metro North and the Amtrak services go up the east side of the Hudson all the way to Albany. And this is where things start to split off. If you're a Lakeshore Limited and you want to go east, you can take this connection and go this way all the way to Boston. But most other services go across here up to Schenectady, and then at Schenectady split in different directions. So most of the Empire connection stuff goes west through the Hudson Line. The Maple Leaf, the Empire Service, the Lakeshore Limited, et cetera, but only two go up this direction, which is the Adirondack and the Ethan Allen Express. And then even the Ethan Allen Express, I think I'll have to double check. It either goes across this bridge or it goes across, I think it cuts across here at Castleton. But one of them cuts across here to Rutland. And yeah, the Ethan Allen Express cuts across to Rutland, then goes up to Burlington. The Adirondack, on the other hand, stays on the CPKC line here, goes all the way up to the border, and this is where it becomes a problem. So Empire Service should serve Grand Central. Okay, Rodney. Yeah, it must be a Canadian size cause the Cascades, because Cascades is reliable. Yeah. So, okay. So when Amtrak gets here to the point, gets to Rouse's Point, it has one of two options to take. It can either take the Canadian Pacific red side here, or it can take the Canadian National green side. Since its inception, it's always taken the CN side here. And the reason for that is because Amtrak serves the Grand Des Nationale something station in downtown Montreal. This guy. Yeah, Montreal Central Station. Unfortunately, to get into Central Station, you really have to take Canadian National stuff. So that means going on this line here, and then up here, and then over, and then into the station. So it's a little circuitous route. The problem is that, so, okay, you pull up here on this right here. You get your border check, and then you go on this here and this. That looks straight as a fucking arrow. What is the problem? Well, let's go look at it. Come on. Okay. So this is where Amtrak pulls off. And then immediately these branch into two lines. One of these looks in significantly better condition than the other. So just seeing the satellite image here, let's go a little bit further up it. Just seeing the satellite image here, we can see all of the ties on the CPKC line or Canadian Pacific. They look in pretty good condition, but from the satellite image on this one, it already looks a bit rough. But let's go look at it in person. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, this line isn't used too much, and because Amtrak is one of the only users of this line, Canadian National really doesn't give a shit. Also, do you see what these things are? You see what they are? Not only is it probably detectors for the crossing, but those are joints. This is still fucking jointed rail. And we can go further. We can go to another grade crossing. Let's go here. Some of it's welded. That's welded. This is a newer one too, so maybe they've welded part of it, but that's welded rail. But like, this is significantly worse track than the other corridor. Yeah, and you can see there's some broken tie. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Go back. Yeah, there's a broken tie right there. There's two broken ties. There's one there, one there. This looks like it's welded, but it's not the best looking stuff. But anyway, because of some of the issues that they've had with this, Amtrak is limited to about 25 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour on this for the whole section. Which sucks because like this could be a lot higher speed than it is. Yeah, this Street View stuff, this looks better conditioned than, still isn't that good, but it's better conditioned than the older Street Views. I think it's because Amtrak, I think, forced them to maintain it, if I remember correctly. I can't tell if those are joints or if those are just detector points for the crossing. I think they're just detector points. Yeah, this looks like a significant... Oh, no, those are joints. Yeah, those are fucking joints. That's jointed rail. So it's frustrating because the Adirondack could be at least an hour faster if it didn't have to deal with this really slow section. And it sucks because it like that directly impacts the amount of people that would want to take this as a serious service, especially for a night train or something. Yeah, because the biggest problem with this is this curve here. This is like a 25 mile an hour curve, and it's goofy that like you go from these super straight sections to this one curve in the middle of it. Like Canadian rail infrastructure is very unserious. Yeah, it was really slow after Rouse Point. Yeah, that makes sense. So CN doesn't care about this because it's really only used for like a local freight, like once a week or something like that, and then Amtrak. So like CN has no reason to like sort of care about it. And then yeah, it comes up here and merges across this fucking highway road. God, Canadian rail infrastructure just really... And the worst part is like Amtrak gets treated badly, and Amtrak isn't the Canadian system, where via Canada's actual intercity rail system gets treated the same way, and they're Canada's national system, which is just like, you think our Amtrak and commuter rail systems get bullied around by the class ones. It's a whole nother game in Canada. It's like way worse. Is there a different station that could be used on? Yes, there is. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be used much longer. So there's two stations you can use. There's one out here. It's called Montreal West. And then there is the, what is this? Lucin El Allier, I think it is. Which is the other... Montreal has two main stations. This one is primarily only used, I think, for... I don't think VIA uses this. Yeah, it's only the commuter rail for EXO. The problem is that it's only low platforms. It doesn't have level boarding. So even though this is technically a logistically better station, I think Amtrak would rather have level boarding for ADA reasons. Well, I guess not ADA because you're in Canada, but for wheelchair access, I think Amtrak would rather use the other station because the other station has high level platforms. Versus this one where it's low level. Because if we look at And they're not far from each other. Like, Montreal should have done a RER system, but I guess not. Come on, where's track level? Come on, it's got to be a track level picture. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is high level platforms. Yeah, Montreal's commuter rail is probably the one of the worst parts about transit in the city. It's it could be substantially better in general, which is frustrating. Cuz I I still so most people really like the REM and I think the REM is very good, but I don't like the fact that one, it's not branded as the Montreal Metro. It should just be the Montreal Metro. It's kind of goofy that there's a private public partnership thing. But the other thing is that the REM did take over, or is taking over, that one tunnel that goes under Montreal that was for the commuter rail system. And so, in my opinion, that's it's not a bad thing, but like the entire reason that they took over the tunnel and used it for the REM is because EXO and mainline rail in Canada is so weak. If it was stronger, and like even if you had like a Philadelphia style system like SEPTA, where the commuter rail, it's not the like European standards, but it's pretty decent in that you have through running and you have electrification. I think Montreal might have stayed to use the commuter rail system a bit more in the tunnels. Yeah, the Mount Royal tunnel. But it's just frustrating that they didn't use it, because here we can look at, yeah, here's your Mount Royal tunnel, which is actually quite impressive. Yeah, so it's just, let's see, it goes under, yeah, it comes out right there. So REM is going to start using this instead. Just texting someone back. Yeah, so instead of commuter rails using this anymore, it's going to be REM, which makes sense because, like, hey, this is a really dense neighborhood, and having a transit line through it makes a lot of sense, because the old metro line doesn't come anywhere close. So REM's going to be taking over a large part of this, and like this rail line used to be electrified, and it will still be electrified because REM is electrified. But with this gone, it's kind of frustrating to me because it's like this was the only section of electrified mainline rail in Canada, and now it's gone. And technically, REM is taking it over, and that's also electrified. But like, Canada has 0 miles of electrified rail now, a mainline rail, that is, until the GO system gets their stuff. So here's the REM construction. Yeah, there's your REM construction again. They're doing a lot for it. Caltrans Fire Supervisor. Yes, I actually talked about that, I think, in one of the armchair updates, I think. But yeah, no, I mean, that's stuff like this has been going on for years, and it's only nowadays that it's been actually being called out for the first time. So like, it sucks, but it's what the positive spin on this is that years ago that would have never been called out. Now it's being called out, and it's actually like there's people that are getting in trouble now, where before that would just not be the case. I think Go Transit can't. Battery locomotives don't have enough power to do that. So But yeah, 3, thanks for the super chats. And if you're logging off, have a good night. But yeah, no, battery locomotives don't have enough storage capacity to run mainline yet. And I think like a lot of the railroads are coping with this at the moment, but like you can't run battery locomotives with mainline passenger or even commuter yet. They don't have enough capacity and they can't charge fast enough to actually do this stuff. I think that batteries to some extent will be very useful in range extending or running off wire on a branch line somewhere for a line. But for the most part, electrification is the way to go. And then you can have batteries to supplement for certain areas where there's no wires. So. Before that, Delaware and Hudson reached interconnected both CP and C on first block Canadian side. Yeah, no, I knew the DNH was the main way to get up there. But yeah, oh, don't worry, hydrogen was that will probably be the next video is the hydrogen video. I just need, yeah, we need to blow up, blow up. We need to blow up the hydrogen video when I come out with it because I want to yell at all of California. Because every single one, I swear to God, it seems like everyone that works in Caltrans is the most gullible person in the world. I don't know what the fuck they're doing there. Because, like, I remember they fell for the parallel system shit. They fell for, like, all the goofy gadget bond shit, like the Hyperloop. Like, who are they hiring over there? Very React element, yes, definitely. People yearn for the GCL video. I'm still working on that. GCL video is taking a while because I'm getting interviews for it. I'm getting interviews from council people in Glassboro and other political leaders in the area. And then I'm trying to get either interviews or at least like message some of the people that work on the GCL project because I want specific answers about certain things. I personally know someone who works on parallel systems. Interesting. Well, I'd be interested to know if they've probably seen my videos. I know they have because they've looked at my LinkedIn page a few times. Thoughts on Tri-Rail's downtown Miami link that just opened? It's very good. Yeah, it's been interesting watching the parallel systems group because they're slowly modifying. They're slowly modifying the systems to do exactly what I said, which is that, like, one, you can't use a shipping container as the body of the car. You need to. They're using a flat car now. Has no facilities for catering or washing Amtrak trains, but it does facility west of Montreal right now. Okay. That makes sense why they don't use that then. So that's a good review here. Never on time, but always gets me home. Good. Is let's see, is this one's gonna, is this part of, yeah, there's your old catenary there. This is from 2019. I don't think they're using the catenary anymore. I think it's gone, right? Is there a grade crossing? Yeah, let's look. Yeah, this is part of the REM now. How far does REM go, actually? I'm not entirely sure because it can't go much farther. Let's look at this grade crossing. Okay, it's 2019. Okay, REM goes all the way fucking out here. That's impressive, actually. Never on time, but always gets me home is the motto of Vegas RTC. Parallel systems tester thing in Santa Paula branch line, which is very near to where I live. Oh, that makes sense. If you do work, or if you work to do the LIR video, what kind of footage would you need? I'm currently jobless and would love a site project to help out with a video. Yeah, I'll let you know. LIRR is interesting because I don't know if I do a video on a specific line, but I do sort of a video on the culture of LIRR and sort of the issues with, I guess, the union and whatnot, because union's good. LIRR union, a lot of ZD going on. A lot of ZD going on there. How far does REM go, actually? REM on Trial map. Okay, so it is going to go all the way out to... so it is going to go out to all the way to the second island. Where's... okay. So it will go all the way out here, which is the line we were looking at. Yeah. I wonder if it will go down the highway here or something to get over to here. Yeah, but if I do the LIR video, it would be it would be about the unions and sort of about the work culture of how LIR runs, I guess. The REM stole the tunnel because it did not wish to deal with CN to get to the airport. Its mandate was limited to the South Shore line, and the airport went overboard. Entailing the tunnel, REM also killed the train to the eastern part of Montreal, and 2 Montique's line did not serve dense neighborhoods, excuse me. Yeah, a lot of people are praising the REM, but I have some issues with it, honestly. Like, it really does suck that it killed a lot of the commuter rail on this side, specifically. Good night, Alan. No word on snow day at work tomorrow, so I gotta wake up, I guess. Well, good luck with that, Pete. Thanks for stopping by tonight. But yeah, that's like, yeah. I mean, I said that in my highway median video. Is like, this is not good. You should like, I don't like REM is a decent system, but it's like, I don't think it's as good as like people are making it out to be. I think it's just very like the land use around a lot of the stations is not the best. Yeah, also like, what the fuck is this? I think they cheaped out on too much stuff, in my opinion. They should have gone through certain neighborhoods and didn't. Check out the Lawrence, Topeka, Arkansas mid-century masterpieces. All right. Arkansas City. Where is it? What is this along? What is this the Texas Eagle? What is this? Let's see, where is the Amtrak station? Or is this a station that's not in use anymore? Over here, it takes on the Honolulu skyline. It's fine. It'll be fine, especially when they get the last section built. I think I've seen the Topeka one. Am I like missing the Arkansas? What? Oops. Where is the station? Am I dumb? No current service, but host of Heartland Flyer extension. Ah, okay. And the other one was Topeka, Kansas, I assume. Which is, I think, is that served by the, is that the ATSF train? Yeah, Southwest Chief. Oh, that is an old Google Street View. Oh, that's newer. Okay. That's very Greyhound Station-esque. Lawrence. Let's see. Is that the original? Or is that... because I know the ATSF replaced a lot of their stations mid-century, just to kind of streamline. Ooh, Brick Street, very good. The ATSF, yeah, they streamlined a lot of their stuff very early on compared to other railroads, which was smart of them. But at the same time, you kind of the larger stations were demolished. Lawrence is the good one. Okay. I was sleepy going through Topeka. Let's see. Lawrence. Is that Kansas? Is this... Or is it Lawrence, Oklahoma? Oh no, it's there. Okay. What college is here? Oh. Oh, University of Kansas. Okay. Ah, very good. Yeah. Oh, they even did the logo up. Very good. Yeah, this is peak like mid-century stuff. This looks like my high school. This looks like, yeah, this looks a lot like my high school, like the entrance front and everything. Wish Amtrak didn't change the name from Super Chiefs to Southwest Chiefs. Literally the same exact route. I think that was some branding thing that like ATSF didn't want to give up the Super Chief name or something like that, and I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing as the Lakeshore Limited. Instead of it being the 21st Century Limited. But I guess that kind of makes sense because, like, hey, it's the 21st century now. Probably shouldn't be using that name. Well, let me show you my high school building, because my high school is... my high school had the same front to it. And like every... Oh, am I able to go... Oh, come on, where's like a... Yeah, I mean, my high school front looks... Oop, not that far. Yeah, the front of my high school looks pretty much the same. It's that, like, 60s, 70s, mid-century, everything is one level style. 22nd century limited, yeah. The REM replaced two, which is at the same station, except Many less accessible because streets no longer cross tracks, so a big detour restation. Yeah, like I said, the REM has issues. It's overall, I think it's a better thing to have than what EXO was doing, but it's kind of disappointing knowing that Montreal could have had a way better regional system, and they kind of lucked out on that. Um, yeah, no. So part of the reason I got into urbanism is because so my high school was right here, right? And there's one of the elementary schools. Um, and this is the elementary school that was fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, and this is the high school, of course. For these grades, I walked to school because, as you can see, there's many neighborhoods that are around these that you can pretty easily get to these schools. And there's some dense housing over here. Some of it's college housing, and then there's some other dense housing over here that's a mixed in. And then here's downtown Glassboro. And then here's the Ridge, which has a lot of Victorian houses. And they're all within walking distance of these two schools. And as a kid, I always thought it was very odd that people would get driven to school because I walked to school for majority of, well, basically the only time I didn't walk to school was first grade through third grade and middle school, which was seventh and eighth. What was it? So yeah, when I was growing up, I walked to school for a decent amount of the grade school stuff. And as a kid, I never understood why, when I would hear about friends getting driven to school, or I would take the bus, obviously, when I didn't walk to school to the other schools I went to. But I never understood these pickup lines and shit like that were coming up and stuff like that. I just was I don't understand. That's just not a thing here. And so that's kind of why I got into the urbanism stuff. Is when I went to college, I got more into the Northeast Corridor stuff because I was at New Brunswick, which is on the Northeast Corridor, and then sort of the grown up stuff kind of clicked with me. Is that oh, I was able to walk everywhere. That was actually really cool, and not everyone has that. And then sort of dived into the transit stuff. Growing up in Clayton, I was always jealous of Walker. Hey, nice, Clayton. The Clippers. And then Glassboro had a lot of sports that were integrated with Clayton, says the Clip Dogs. Clayton's not terrible. It's just that if you live any further outside of the downtown here, it's if you live in down here or over, well, the lake's kind of nice. I know a few people that have places over on the lake here, Silver Lake. There was a bar over here, if I remember correctly, or there used to be. Maybe it was a different place I'm thinking of. Growing up, I was always driven to school, rode the bus, but that's only because I was rural. Yeah, rural school districts make sense. Mom would be pissed if I missed the bus. Yeah. It don't even live on the shore. Yeah. I think they just had to name something with where was it? Where was your comment? I think they just had to name something with Clayton. I guess Clippers was close enough, but yeah, I would have named something. I would have done something else. I would have named it something farming related because that's a lot of what Clayton is. Clayton is nice. Downtown is just very neglected. Yeah. Super fun. Pretty sure high school banned biking to school. What? Why would they ban biking? Walk to school from K to 12. Part of the reason my parents picked this house was because it was near all three. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I was always driven a bus to elementary school despite living 1/4 mile away. I think it was due to the stranger danger or something. Yeah, I mean, there's a few parents I've heard about this that were just overly careful with kids and not wanting. Because I had friends that were in high school, like where was which house were they? They were this house right here. So I had friends that lived here, and so if we measure distance, they were they were about a half a mile away from the high school, and they would get driven. And I never understood that, but I guess the parents were just like super overprotective. Clayton is the last bastion of civilization before the Confederate States of New Jersey. Yeah, kind of. I would even say Glassboro is, because like Glassboro is kind of the last part of the metro area of it's the Glassboro is kind of the last part of the metro area of Philly, and then like Clayton, even Clayton is kind of, I would say, is now in farm country outside, and then you have Vineland down here, which is just depression. And then yeah, rest of South Jersey just it thinks it's in the South, literally. I was always driven to school. My elementary school was on the other side of a highway. Mom worked at my middle school, and then I went to charter for school far from home. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the highway probably didn't help. I moved from the location facility east of Lines. Initial operating was available. Parents were like that too. That's why I never took public transit until 19, except for 4 occasions. Yeah, I mean, I was lucky because like, not only was Patco close by to take, but once in a while, my grandmother would take NJT buses to Atlantic City. And so she showed me how to use the buses when I was pretty young. Not to go to Atlantic City with her, but just in general to go to town because she didn't like, she could drive, but she didn't like driving. So that was the thing. It's a transition town. Yeah, I mean, I have a friend that lives in like Franklinville. He lives somewhere around here-ish, I think. But yeah, I would say Clayton is the last, because there's a little bit of stuff between Glassboro and Clayton. And then past that, yeah, like Elmer is such a weird spot. And there's nothing in this direction, really. There's Woodstown is pretty much the only other one. And then you have the Pine Barrens and some sprawl. Like, but like, this is just hell zone over here. Voorhees, Cherry Hill, Washington Township, like all this hell zone. Maple Shade, like, yeah. Anytime someone is like, oh, I live in Cherry Hill, I'm like, I'm so sorry. Such cool cities are probably doomed for foreseeable future. We'll see. I think the housing crisis is forcing a lot of these places to people to move back to them, but we'll see. Woodstown Central. Yeah, Woodstown's pretty cool. I have some pictures from that I'll have to pull up. For those that don't know what we're talking about, actually, I can pull up Rail Guide. So, let's talk about South Jersey Rail for a little bit. So, back in the day, there used to be many companies competing in South Jersey to get to Atlantic City and the shore. Specifically, you had the Pennsylvania and the Reading. The Reading's the green. And these were so goofy that there is a certain section where they're like 100 feet apart. And there was like basically train races they would have to get to Atlantic City to be the first one. Each actually had their own sort of benefits to their main lines versus the other. Like the Pennsy, for example, left from 30th Street, meaning they would have to go up, over, and then down, and then they were on the main line going over. Versus the Reading, where if you were in South Philly, for example, you could take a ferry over to the Reading, and then immediately the Reading would get onto its main line and head down and out and over to Atlantic City. So they both had their benefits. Let's see. Hello from the Confederate States of Illinois. Never heard of Frankfurt. Must be stealthy fort to keep us out. There's a housing crisis on Long Island, and let me tell you, as a person of color on Long Island, racism is alive and well. Yeah, I've heard questionable things about Long Island and culture and how everything's handled out there, unfortunately. Oh, also my light turned off. Let's quick swap batteries. Yeah, Long Island, even though Levittown, I think the first Levittown was in Pennsylvania, the real Levittown never, or no, was the first Levittown in Long Island or Pennsylvania? I forget. But the more notorious one is in Long Island, if I remember correctly. Oh, is that battery just dead? Okay. Okay, I guess I'll charge that. Since when does Y make the net? Penzi bonus no transfer needed. Yeah, well, it depends, like I said, where you're coming from. Society of Camden Philly Bridge. Well, it should have been a tunnel. They allegedly, somewhere buried in the archives of the Pennsylvania Railroad Library, there is plans from like the early 1900s to build a tunnel under the Delaware. I've been told about this by people that think it exists, and I need to go to the archives and dig it up and scan it, because that would be the project that I want before I die. Is I want to build the tunnel under the Delaware to connect South Jersey to regional services, because that's the real reason why services in South Jersey died, is because you had to always transfer in Camden, and that transfer, even if you're going to Patco or the Bridge Line, or you're going to a ferry, that's really what made people like leave the train lines to die and to drive into Philly. So, it's one of those things where I need to find that document, because it would prove that, like, hey, this stuff we've talked about for forever and we should just do it. And then the other thing is, like, I will at some point come up with a more like grandiose scheme to try to promote this idea and to try to get it pushed through. The problem is I think right now, South Jersey is in a tough situation with transit, because the Glassboro-Camden line, I just want finished. Once that's finished, and once we have transit in South Jersey, that's when you can start talking to people and being like, hey, this service is pretty decent, but wouldn't you enjoy this if it went all the way into Philadelphia? And then you get the gears turning in their head, and it takes a little bit. So, like, this is something you got to plan for in the long distance, but... Oh God, Camden, no. Yeah, Camden's actually kind of decent now, especially in the downtown. It's had a really big 180, because it used to, like I used to know when I was like living in the suburbs and ever. It was like this place. It was scary place. Patco all the way to Atlantic City. Yes, that is a plan that people had for a very long time. And it keeps popping up every once in a while. One of the older guys that worked on Patco, his idea was to run it as like to switch from third rail to overhead wire after Lindenwold and run it all the way to Atlantic City. But that never really got anywhere. For that to work, you have to tear down I-676 completely. Well, I'm not too mad at that. Well, I mean, okay, so part of the reason why a lot of the South Jersey service died is because if we go to, let's see, are they going to show the yards? No. Okay, that's not what I wanted. classic. So this yard here, because this was both, this doesn't really show it, but the Reading also shared a yard here with the Pennsylvanian on this section. And they eventually merged their services in South Jersey into one railroad. It was literally called the Pennsylvania Reading Seashore Lines. It's very creative name. And this was a yard for all their stuff. When 676 in Patco was built, it destroyed the yard and it destroyed the station. And we can sort of see... if you actually... Apparently, there's a section of it here where the station used to be on the yard, where there's apparently an opening to get into the old station, allegedly. I've been told this. I don't know exactly if it exists or not, but it allegedly exists, or it's sealed away somewhere. But I've been told that it's a thing, and you can still get into it if you know someone that has access. Maybe it's this side over here. But somewhere under this underpass, there's actually still the walkways to get into the old station that used to be here. Yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. But there's still tracks here. You still have Patco. These two are Patco, and then this one is the Conrail shared assets. Let's see. Do you think 2028 timeframe is realistic? Possibly. It just matters if when they get the funding and when construction starts. If construction starts next year, I think they could do it. Glassboro Camden line should be Patco. Okay. So I agree with you, but the problem is that I don't think it would get built. So to understand, like, so let's look at Collingswood. This is Collingswood, right? You have your viaduct for Patco, sort of comes through the town here. And then you have some parking under it. And then, oh, here's a train. And then you have your station up here. Way too much fucking parking next to the station. This takes up a lot of room, and this is a general, like, I wouldn't call it this, but just generally, it's an eyesore. And I'm putting quotations, eyesore. And so, like, this takes up a lot of room, and it's a lot of visual stuff. Visual. This is what we have to think about. So, if we were to build the same thing with this viaduct type thing deal, and we were to build it instead in Pittman, and here's your train line, here's the train line which it would replace. If we were to build the same viaduct in Pittman, imagine the giant viaduct here. Like, I personally wouldn't have an issue with that. But, like, you got to remember the average person that's, like, seeing my beautiful town being destroyed by this train, etc. So, like, as much as I think that the Patco extension would be the optimal thing, the amount of shit that you would have to deal with NIMBYs wise would be tenfold, because suddenly you'd have this giant destructive viaduct, etc., that, like, you'd have to build. Where versus basically what they're doing for this DMU project is they're going to double track it, which is already enough room here in the right of way to double track it. They're not putting the station here because they don't want to disrupt too much of what's already here. They're putting the station over here in this lot, which is fine. Yeah, they're putting the station right here, which is fine. And the DMU, the reason why they're doing the DMU is because it's skirting around every single criticism that the NIMBYs had for any other project before. It's not taking any more land than it needs. It's not erecting anything that's an eyesore. It's not it's not just taking any extra trees than needed. It's not taking any it's not destroying or changing things too much. Like the reason why they're doing it is literally like skirting around every single problem that they've encountered before. So it's like the river line. The river line was the same way. But they're going to have 15-minute frequencies at rush hour, which is fantastic, which means I can walk to a station and pretty much expect a train to show up in 10 to 15 minutes at maximum. Oh, I got a cramp. Ow. Worked out today, so it's ow. So yeah, so it will have 15-minute headways, which would be very good for DMU service. And like it's generally pretty fast. You can get these up to like 60, 65 miles an hour. So like it's not a terrible thing to have it as the DMU service that they're proposing. It's just that like obviously we would prefer it to be heavy rail extension of PACO so you get a single seat ride. And like that would be transformative. But remember, these NIMBYs and these people don't think that far. They don't think like, oh, in 10, 15 years when I'm an old person that can't drive and need to get to the hospital in Philadelphia, maybe I could take the train. No, they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking, but my view, but my town, but changes. I can't have changes. Can't have different things happening to everything. So yeah, it's one of those things where I know it could be better, but we're accepting this because people are afraid of change and afraid of a better option that would be more destructive. So I'm biting my lip. I am sucking up my pride with this, and I'm not gonna fight for something else because we're at the point where it's so far down the pipeline that we're finally gonna get something, and I'd rather just get something than having to fight for a thing that possibly would get canceled anyway, which is a PACO extension. So yeah, so I understand, and I understand the line of thought here, but yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from with it. So yeah, essentially the GCL is a gateway drug. Yep, essentially, and like it's essentially getting rail transit into a good portion of South Jersey. And once two things will happen. One is people will actually ride and try the train, and then two is other places in South Jersey will be like, well, why didn't I get the train? Why didn't I get transit? And so that's when the conversations will switch to, well, what else can we build? Pub next to cursed interchange. Which cursed interchange we're talking? Oh, over here. Yeah, I love scenic. I think it's a diner, actually. Yeah, this is a diner. Oh no, this is like a bowling alley, John. I think. Actually, what is this? American restaurant. The fuck? I have never heard of this. It's gonna blow my ears out. So. That, oh my god, it's so 70s. Oh my god, what the fuck? This is like old people congregation place. Wow, what is that interior? What the fuck? This must be like a local thing that I am not aware of. Holy shit, what the fuck is this place? What are the vibes of this place? This is insane. What the fuck? Like, What the fuck? Like this is what is a fucking what the insane vibes. What the fuck? What? Yeah, right. AmeriCorps. I swear I can give f less about the people and their yeah, no, same here. Me too. And their property values will actually go up because transit drives up property values, but they're not smart enough to know that. Going here next time I'm in Jersey. Yeah, this place is insane. Like the biker group or whatever. This must have been like a big place to go in like the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And it's just kind of remained legacy by that. Yeah, why is there a fucking suit of armor? Look at the vibes of this place. That is insane. That is so fucking insane. What the fuck? This is the most wild. Oh my god! And the fact that it's like mid-century with the sign and everything, insane. What the fuck is this? What what the fuck is this? What is this place? Is that stained glass? What? What it? Oh my god. NIMBY Hall bar looks like, yeah, this honestly does look kind of cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The food looks pretty good too. It does, they really lean into the medieval something something. This is wild. This is like the final boss of white people. This is like the, it's like the lair. Honestly, that's what sucks is that like some of the best places in like the country are in places like this where they're just like asphalt hell. Is there like a bus stop nearby? I guarantee there's like some cursed New Jersey Transit bus stop nearby. Hold on. What directions from, let's say, City Hall, Philadelphia? So, up. Oh my fucking god. That's the closest you can get, is Ferry Ave. You have to walk all the fucking way from Ferry Ave. There's gotta be... Wait a minute. Okay. There's a fucking bus stop there? No! No! No fucking way! What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, at least there's a bus stop, but oh no. Oh my god. At least I guess the pedestrian bridge is there for the bus stop. Or the park, I guess. But still, oh no. This is why I don't like Cherry Hill. This is technically Marlton, which is basically Cherry Hill. How frequent is the bus service here? Oh, there's 2 buses. Okay. So every 30 minutes, roughly. 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, roughly every 30. Oh, wait. 414. That doesn't come very often. Huh. I assume these are the same routes. Yeah. Oh man. So I'll give New Jersey Transit credit because they literally go everywhere. But you also get shit like that. But that's not their fault as much. Yeah. So the thing with New Jersey is that like you get some of the best urbanism in the country, but you also get like these roads with the spaghetti junctions from hell, with a stoplight in the middle of the spaghetti junction. Um, and so there's also New Jersey has a lot of okay, so in like Texas, for example, if most Texas infrastructure and suburbs are very new, so if you build a suburb and you build a suburban road, the road will be have enough room to infinitely add lanes, essentially. But in many parts of New Jersey, that was never the case. So you'll get stuff like Route 130 here, where they have crammed 6 lanes of road into what should only be maybe 3 or 4 lanes. So the people in this, I've driven on this road. It's very nerve wracking. And people will actually drive the speed limit on these because they're forced into such narrow lanes, and they'll generally respect also the bus, fucking more bus stops. 409 again. So people will generally respect some of the speed limits on these because they're so narrow for what they are. So yeah, a lot of, and there are many places in New Jersey like that where it's just like the roads and stuff have been there for so long that like there's not much room more to widen them or anything. So it's almost like thankfully New Jersey is so built up that the roads never had room to expand enough. And so it's almost like New Jersey has saved New Jersey from itself. And that's the case in a lot of places in the state. But the weirdest part about New Jersey stroads are that they usually have a lot of, they'll usually have a Jersey barrier section in the middle that divides it in half. So they're slightly safer than like the average road, but that also makes being a pedestrian impossible in certain areas. Though the NJDOT does try to make an effort to have walkways of some sort in some areas. Like, here's another one. So it's good and bad, but it could be a lot worse. That's always the thing that I talk about. 6 lanes on a narrow road. Welcome to Europe. Yeah. Station is a concrete jungle. Which station? Oh, are you talking about Ferry Ave? So part of the problem with Patco. Oh, good Lord. Thank you, Duncan. It's election year. You should to a NIMBY voting guide video. Yes, that's actually a decent idea, and I've thought about doing something about that before. Shit. The what was it? I've thought about making how-tos basically, or step-by-step guides. And for multiple different things. So because I've thought about this before, and like there are certain things that like I can easily tell people to do, but like it's hard because certain situations are always different from one another, and how to approach something is going to be on the basis of like what you're fighting for specifically, because certain things are better than others. Oh, there is a Cherry Hill station. It's like the worst station on the Atlantic City line. Where is it? Yeah, it's like behind a mall. But yeah, no, I've been thinking about creating, I guess a YIMBY guide would be the best way to describe it. But the hard way to do it is that like not all town councils are the same. Not all towns have the same way to do zoning and to do different ways that they do zoning and stuff like that. But it's a good idea, I think. And like I have experience with this stuff because not only have I like petitioned for transit projects and housing, but like even back when I was in high school, I probably you could probably guess, but I did Boy Scouts and did the Eagle Scout project stuff. And so I worked a lot with my town council to get that project done. And honestly, having that experience and having like the ability to know that like, yeah, you can, there's a lot of times you can just go to your town council, and if your town is not like super poor, they can usually just be like, oh yeah, we'll fund that a little bit, or we have a little bit of money for that, we can do that, no problem. And it's surprising. You can get a lot of stuff done if you're just very polite and just present your ideas as something that's like a logical thing to do and say like, hey, I can lead this project, or I can help guide people how to do something. And a lot of the times the council people will be like happy to do something because like they're not the ones that came up with it. So they're not the ones, if it has problems or something, they rely on you. It's not specifically them. So yeah, it's interesting, and maybe I should do a video on that. Maybe because like a guide is only so much helpful in my opinion. But if I were to make it into a I guess a story of how I personally got stuff done, and then you can relate that to a project that you personally want to do, then that's probably how I would do it. Because in my opinion, it's much more meaningful to people if you're able to tell a story that like can resonate with them versus just a straight up guide. And I do that with a lot of my videos, but and it also makes me more invested in just wanting to make the video, because that's a hard part. Because a lot of videos you can make are very informative. It's just up to you if you want to get through it. Like this recent Amtrak video. Oh my god, fucking tortured me. You should check the Ronkonkoma train station in Long Island and badly connect to the airport. Yeah, no, I mean, like I will do a Long Island video at some point. It's just, it's on my list. There are many things on my list, and now there's a YIMBY guide that's on my list. Or doing something like that. Getting 88 ramps being okay area. Is able to get the city to let him use some sidewalk space. Yeah, no, like if you just talk to people and explain your stuff, most of the time, especially if it's like a smaller or medium-sized town or city, you can generally get stuff done pretty easily. The parking lots in Cherry Hill shows the city has high respect for the GM Universal Charter of Car Rights. Yeah, pretty much. Electrify Port Jeff. Yeah, Port Jeff should be electrified. So this is such a goofy station. I don't. It's even goofier that it's like it's a single platform. Because this is one of the only areas where it's double tracked. It's one of the only areas where you have a passing siding. The Atlantic City line is mostly single tracked with passing sidings, which is frustrating because if one train is late, then it makes everything late. Why don't more metro trains have grade crossings like the Chicago L does? Cut down on... generally running third rail at grade is a bad idea. This goes also with LIRR, who should be switching to overhead power at some point. But that's a whole... That would be part of the video if I ever did it. Oh, God. I'm probably going to have to wrap up in like 10-15 minutes with the stream. What else? Oh, I know what I can do. I need to throw together a thumbnail for the video tomorrow. So actually I could do that now. What's wrong with third rail? It's just unsafe. If you have a grade crossing, you have third rail, it's very easy to come in contact with it, and that basically means just getting fried. Not a good thing. Where is the... I have a... there was a map I used recently that I could use again. Is it the Cincinnati Southern one? I made like a new map of America. And... no, it wasn't that one. When was the last time I had a... was it the Amtrak one? I have a stock footage, or not stock, a stock image of America or the continent or whatever. Let's see. AI generated. No. Well, okay, don't touch it. Yeah, well, it's, not everyone is as smart as that to not touch it. Or if there's a car accident, car gets slid into the third rail and catches on fire. That happened before on the Harlem line. Oh yeah, the last time I did the full map was for the class 1 video. Yeah, I'll just use that map again. Could the UK style pacer trains be used as a cheaper version of trains in poor countries? Like, I mean, yeah, rail buses are not uncommon. They should be more common in North America, but they aren't. Okay. All right. Here we go back to make our thumbnail. Actually, do new. Oh wait. No, get the layer. There we go. Copy. Let's see. Ah, excuse me. Accurate costings for third rail, train loses power. Yeah, no, it's yeah, batteries. I mean, that's how you, if you really wanted to be goofy about the Port Jefferson electrification, you could have battery EMUs. That would technically work. But still. Oh, put Dark Brennan in thumbnail. That might work, actually. Yeah, just like laser eyes Joe Biden. That would probably work, actually. But what I was gonna do is I was gonna... Let's see. What I was gonna do is I was gonna draw some of the lines that are in this. So let's see. Yeah. For example, we could do Charlotte to Atlanta was one. We have the Vancouver to Portland, one California high-speed rail. Get done that. Oops, shit. And then Brightline West. Was that no Texas Triangle, which I think is roughly like that. Come on. Yeah, roughly that shape. San Diego Isdero line? Is that's not high speed rail? Are you talking about? Is that remember, this is a thumbnail, so it doesn't need to be super accurate. It just needs to be like, ooh, thing happening. This is all the high-speed rail. So what we're going to do now is give these an outline. Except maybe not that. Okay, do that. And we'll give them a white one first. And we'll do that again. And then we'll do drop shadow again. This is just graphic design in a nutshell. Yeah, these are just new high-speed rail corridors. Brightline West probably won't connect with California. It will in the future. There is a few projects where they wanted to connect. They wanted to connect via that. So, but let's see. And then we can put some of the more normal lines on here too. So, new layer, normal lines. Now this is when we draw the worst, crudest map. Actually, I could just bring up another map of Amtrak on this monitor. And then we could crudely draw. Here's that map. So I'll put that on that screen. Let me bring chat in front of that so I can see you guys. There we go. Okay. Let me just draw a few of the Amtrak lines on here just so we have a map that's like, or some of the new ones on here. So let's see. We'll make these slightly smaller. So be like, yeah, that's good. Okay, so we're gonna draw the new Hiawatha, which would be like drop down here. So here and then through Minneapolis, St. Paul to Chicago. Okay, so there's that one. Well, I'm gonna have like arrows pointing at high speed rail, conventional, and then we'll have like the laser eye Joe Biden in the bottom right or something. What are the other new ones? The Duluth train. Do that. The Colorado one. So we got to get the Colorado viewership. Let's see. What would be another new one? The Tennessee, Memphis, Miami one, or would be good to Savannah. What else? Oh, the Carolina ones. Tons of Carolina ones. This one that goes like this. And then the Richmond, Maine, up to DC. The one that goes across Virginia like that. We have Scranton one we'll just draw. Oh, the I-20 corridor. That would be a good one. Goes like here. Coast daylight. Yeah, we could just put one down the coast here. I think actually goes a slight bit further than that, like here. I guess all the Ohio ones. The 3Cs corridor is the Rust Belt Limited. The Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit one. You got the new Louisville one. Whoop. Let's see. No, draw a circle above DC. Looks like here abroad. Boston, Albany, true. You could do that one. Oh, the Delaware Peninsula one. Let's see. Okay. That Virginia one apparently goes out here. Let's see, what's another one we're missing? I guess some of the Illinois services. So we got the Davenport or Moline one technically, and then the Peoria one, which goes like that. Oh, the Phoenix one that kind of, or in the Coachella one that goes like here and then up to Phoenix and down. And then the Mobile. I'm not going to draw the Reading one. That's too short and it's already kind of cluttered over there. I'm not going to draw all of them. I'm just going to draw it so it looks interesting. Trying to just look for ones that are kind of sticking out. So we just I guess the Reno one, that is one that I haven't talked. I'm not actually going to talk about that one in this video because I'm only talking about new corridors, and that one doesn't classify apparently as a new corridor because it's a capital corridor extension. Those are going to be in a separate video, which because there's this video is already like 22 minutes long. And we'll just do the same thing again, do that. And then and let me drag the high-speed rail one above. All right, that looks pretty decent. Let me just give the other ones drop shadows too, just not as aggressive. Okay. Let's see. Put the logo in the top. Oops, excuse me. We'll drop this all the way in the back. What should the background be behind everything? Yeah, we got to get our dark, or at least dark Brandon Joe Biden laser eyes. first one's pretty fucking good. Honestly, that one's pretty good. Is there? Yeah, that one's pretty good. We might just use fucking malarkey one. Yeah, might use this one or a. That one's also pretty good. I might use that one. Image new tab. Oh, saving a web p. Ew. Okay, fine. Oh, he's behind everything. Gotta bring him forward. I would shrink the maps of your logo. No, it doesn't bother me too much. Having the logo visible is not too much of a thing. As long as people, the whole reason the logos are there is basically so if someone wants to find some of my other videos, they can know that they're my videos because they just have the logo. So it's not really important to like be totally visible, but to be visible enough. It's fucking goofy, this. Yeah, we'll just lasso him out manually because this is very blurry. Where's my, yeah, 2, that works. No, ugh, I accidentally double clicked. Could you not? All right, maybe we'll use the scissors select. Nah, it's too blurry. Yeah, I just have to lasso it carefully. I love doing graphics. It's great. I have used Adobe and Photoshop in the past, but I don't like Adobe products. Not that I've sworn against them, I just don't like using them. And hate paying for the subscription model and hate pirating if I don't want to pay for the subscription model, etc., etc. So I'm totally content with using GIMP. Shrink the map. See, training pin for your next video. Yeah, this is going to be the thumbnail for the next video. The Amtrak corridor ID stuff. I could have just made my own laser-eyed Biden, but oh well, we'll cut this one out. What the fuck is going on outside my window? Sounds like someone's shoveling, but it's also like 2 a.m. Maybe one day an Allen laser pin. I think I already have a laser eye thing for me. I think it's using Discord as an emote. A Biden-shaped hole. All right. Maybe I won't rotate them that much. Rotate back so lightly. Maybe we'll keep them flat. Or maybe use in the other corner. The other corner would actually make more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense over there. Yeah, the Avalia Liberties are back in service. Or not in service. They're back in testing. You play as the GIMP logo, Wilbur. That's so funny. Open source. Make Biden Center doing his best Jeb impression. This is true. We could do that. I think over here works though. Also, and also let me make him slightly bigger. So let me take out part of the blue around his hand. Brookville high-speed train set when. That's what I'm saying. See, if I became president, one of my dumb American policies would to be give Brookville $2 billion, and they can do whatever the fuck they want with it. Because they're the only technically the only domestic American manufacturer left for rolling stock, or at least one that's made shit in the last few years. Make Biden centered and translucent. Kind of, he's just like you can just barely see him. That would be kind of funny too. Like have him like rotate him back to like do like a that is pretty funny. And then like you said translucent or translucent, so just okay. Maybe not that translucent. Yeah, maybe not that translucent, maybe something like that. No, I just need a background now for like the behind the US. Use the lighter capacity, yeah. All right, now we need something behind the US. So usually I just put some like texture of some sort. Trying to think. We could make him, yeah, because if we make him like this and put him in the corner, I could do the I did that sticker or something. Actually, that's very funny. Yeah, actually, let's fucking do that. That's actually really funny. Actually, that would be really fucking funny. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Yeah, no, that's fucking really funny. I'm totally using that. That's actually really funny. I'm gonna save the laser eye Biden, but I think yeah, this is infinitely funnier because especially because it's like battling conservative bullshit that usually uses this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's the vision. Okay, I think we should be able to cut this out using. Nope. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Should just be able to put a drop shadow on this or something. Yeah. Oh my god. Make the white transparent. I don't know, because that's like because if I would do, I would just add a drop shadow or outline so you can just see. Oh, whoops! Let's fix that bottom thing there. Yeah, let's fix that. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I got rid of that. Okay. Don't put the text at the bottom. Don't put text in the bottom right. You can't see that. Yeah, no, you're right. Let me. I guess I could. Because I want this font and thing. Because this is like all the conservatives use this specific meme. Okay. Yeah, no, this is working. Oh, wrong thing. Biden. No, let's use the. There you go. Yeah, put the text on this side. Nah, I don't think we need to make them translucent. I don't want to put. Yeah, we need to keep it like up here, but I can like make it a little smaller. You could do that. Yeah, that works because that's not covering too much. Let me just put another drop shadow on that. Oh yeah, we're cooking. There's a little white bar in the top right. Yeah, I removed it. Yeah, we'll put let's put a few more Amtrak lines on this. Well, we could put some of the existing ones in gray. Yeah, let's put those away. Layer, new layer. Existing lines. Is that the same size? No, it's slightly slightly bigger. I think it's 20. Yeah, it's 20. Okay. Yeah, we'll do some existing lines. These are not to scale, nor are they representative of the actual lines. Don't yell at me. Give Biden laser eyes. True, we could do that with the current one. What do you mean not to scale? Yeah. We also need to do Texas Eagle. Oh. And let's do Florida route. Okay. Now we'll do the same thing. And again. And again. Okay, and now we can drop them below everything and it should look... Oh yeah, we're cooking. Cooking there. Not including the Heartland flyer is a crime. Yeah, true. Hold on. Well, I need to undo all the layers then. Hold on. Alright, we'll add that. Where it goes like here-ish. Alright, now we'll do all the stuff again. Text outline. Okay, and now dropping them behind everything. Oh yeah, there we go. Very good. Crescent. True. Well, we have enough stuff over here. We're missing a lot. We don't have to have everything. It just has to look like something. Okay. Now give Biden laser eyes. All right. We can give him small laser eyes. I think I have a laser saved somewhere. I think it's under here. This folder. Yep, there they are. Okay. It's probably super fucking big. Yeah, it is. Just one. Hold on. we need to like we like we need something. We need something here. Let me see. Need something here. Don't like yeah. Let me try. Yeah. Make those opacity. And the other one. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. And then I'm gonna put some other stuff on here like high speed. So what's adding a laser coming out of his finger? I think we're good with the Joe Biden stuff. Let's see. Huh. No, I need a different font. It's a good one I have. Not a Futura or Helvetica based one. Not Impact. I'll just use this current one and just we'll work with it. High tower text. No, I'm not using that. Use that. Well, I'm just gonna use this, and then I'm gonna drop shadow. Do that, and then drop shadow. Or maybe no. I like. Yeah, that it's kind of unreadable a little bit, but I think it's less because of the yeah, I think that's less. Yeah, so let's try that again. Make and then draw some arrows. do the... Need another layer. Arrows. Starting to look cluttered, especially as shrunk the thumbnail. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Let me just move this and make this. We just need to add a background and it should be fine like this. What background can we use? Let's see. I could just put like a Acela or something in the background, or like blurred Amtrak train in the background. But we need something in the background. Amtrak arrow cars. Yeah, the Amtrak arrow cars, that's a good idea. Do I have those saved? I should have those saved. Probably. I should have something saved of those. Oh, yeah, they should be in an Urbanist update. Hopefully. Probably. Let's see. Okay, maybe I'll need to find a new image. I thought I had some. Yeah, the arrow in the background would be smart. Yeah, just like this in the background would be smart, I think. Oh, okay, it just downloaded. That's fine. Paste. Yeah, that works. What we'll do is just make it big. Big. Okay. Move it to the side a little bit. And what we'll do, filter. Should be blur. Where's blur? Gaussian blur. That should be enough. And then just drag that to the back. That's a little busy. Let me get rid of that. Let me put a drop shadow on the country. Or, let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a simpler background possibly than the, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, going with a simple background. So we'll get rid of that. I have a few texture backgrounds, but I can also look up some stock images. Yeah, we could try more blur though. Try to do that. Filters. Yeah, I think that helps. That does look cleaner. Oh. Yeah, if you blur it a lot, then it'll be fine. What do you guys think? I'm thinking this works. It's just that, like, obviously, you don't really need to know exactly what the background is. Because if I saw that thumbnail sized, yeah, I'd probably want to click on that. Because I'd be like, what does that mean? I did that. Because I'd recognize the Biden meme. I don't think it matters if he's covering up something. It's more or less just kind of eye candy of like, huh, what are those things? What are those squiggly lines? Because, like, you guys know what it is, but, like, the average person that might be seeing this is not going to know what the fuck it is and just will want to click on it because they're like, I don't know what that is, what he's pointing at. So I think this is a good thumbnail. I did that especially makes this actually a really good thumbnail because a lot of people would be like, I have no idea what that is. Let me click on this video to figure out what that is. Like, that's the whole... thumbnails are a weird game of playing, like, putting enough information to make people interested, but not putting too much to... putting enough information on the screen to make people interested, but not enough to know what it is. Add a retro Amtrak logo for good vibes. That's a good idea because the average person wouldn't know what that is. But I think this is just enough. I think this is good enough. Because oh, did I save it as? Oh, I just saved it as untitled. Whoops. Corridor ID thumb. Okay. Export it. Oh. It's annoying. For YouTube, you have to export in JPEGs because it likes JPEGs, does not like thumbnails. Or PNGs, excuse me. Okay. I think we're good with that then. Okay. Yeah, discard change. All right. I will get that working a bit better in the future. But for now, it's good enough. But thank you for helping me with the green or the thumbnail. That will probably be what you'll see tomorrow morning if it goes live tomorrow morning with no issues. So otherwise, it's getting late here and I need to probably wrap this up. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the donations, of course, if those here have donated. Otherwise, yeah, I look forward to seeing the reaction to the Corridor ID video and it will not be the last of those because there's a bunch of stuff that's not in it just because it was getting too long and too ridiculous in general. So, yeah. I hope you guys have a good night. I think I'm going to end it here. But otherwise, I will finally, now that like I'm through this Amtrak stuff, through this Amtrak video, and a little bit more free, I should be more consistent with this stuff, and I should be more consistent with live streams and videos. So I look forward to doing more of these more often. So yeah, we'll figure that out when it comes about. Otherwise, yeah, have a good night, and to those in Europe, a good morning, or where else in the world you guys are.